majestic from Bradley Brooks.
160 check up for Dallas.
Superb Daniels, he doubles his lead, 2-0. That could be cataclysmic for Milford.
Double 18. That's the now build-up.
That is how you wrestle.
Good morning, welcome along. It's a brand new series with brand new names and a brand new defending champion here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Good morning, welcome along to Modus Super Series 9. And on the subject of new faces, Devon Peterson. We haven't scared him off from Saturdays here with us in the studio this morning. Day one of a brand new series. It almost feels like that beginning of new tournament vibe this morning, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that one of the most important...
We get the gremlins out of the way.
Yeah, one of the most important things for this week is it's start of the week, and when these players, I mean, a lot of them would not have started this early. I mean, you got the seasoned players like the Neil Duffs and the Steve West, but you got the new ones coming in. This is quite an early start, and it kind of you kind of have to settle in early enough to make sure that you have a great run and a great Modus experience. But yeah, I'm sure that all of them are reveling in it, and we are as well.
Talking about good experiences, you had a little bit of fun yesterday, didn't you, at the influencer event?
Yeah, what a different event though. I think that it brought together influencers, dart players, and then dancers as well. For us, myself, we definitely practiced that like numerous times, and he got it all wrong. But he looked great though. He definitely an influencer, definitely not a dart player, and but we had fun. The most important.
And you bought the same clothes off eBay as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, buy one get one free is always a bargain, isn't it?
Well, Saturday was all about double trouble. It was all about Robert Thornton, who crossed the finishing line eventually here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. His 12th attempt, he finally won a title here, and at times he was unplayable.
Yeah, I think in the group phases, Ted came very quickly through that, but against Robert, but Robert's game against Neil Duff kind of just settled him down and made him understand that this is my night. He said it before, he would win one. He won one on his 12th attempt, and what a win as well.
Well, Series 8 was all about Marvin van Velzen, and MVV was the MVP. He beat Jimmy van Schie to lift the title, the 24-year-old Dutchman, the biggest title of his career so far, and what this could do in terms of opening doors to him could be endless.
Yeah, I think that's the platform that the Modus Super Series gives. Is players not unknown, but unknown to the majority of spectators. And now you see these players obviously winning on the Modus, and that just gives you that catapult. But the fantastic platform that Modus gives is invaluable to these players.
That was Series 8. On to this week and the beginning of Series 9. These are the players that are going to be in action. Today sees Group A get underway. Steve West, Neil Duff, Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanauskas have all made Champions Weeks in 2024. Richard Rowlands has done so as well. So we are kicking off in some style.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the week one, Group A, solid group, but all the players are coming in B and C. It's going to be a fantastic darting week, and I think that it's going to be one of those. I think it's going to be a memorable Group A, though, because there's a lot of great potential in that, a lot of players playing great form, so I think I'm expecting a 9 from Group A today.
He's expecting a 9 on day one of the series.
It's the 9th series, 9th of September, 9th month, so might as well get a 9 as well, isn't it?
Well, he's 9-4, Steve West, the bookmaker's favourite to win the week. Darius Labanauskas also 9-2. Just having a look at the betting, it's no surprise when you see the 4 players at the top, the 4 players that have been there and done it before in this building.
100%. I mean, Darius Labanauskas, good value there. You got Bradley Brooks, but Steve West, I mean, definitely one of the top players. Both Steve West and Neil Duff has won it 8 times, so I think that somebody's record's going to go.
Somebody's record is going to go. It's 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this morning. Right, game one of our session sees Steve West in action. He is qualified for Champions Week in every single series he has played in here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And if he does so, it'll be the 6th weekly win for him here in Portsmouth. So he's looking to create a bit more history, having got the outright for most weekly wins. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with him. Steve, welcome back to the Live Lounge. First things first, how much did you enjoy yesterday?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was quite busy. You know, a few lively people in there, but all good fun and for a good cause, so I enjoyed it.
Something a bit different for yourself. But do you enjoy things like that? Does it allow you to kind of let your personality out a little bit and just enjoy the game a little bit?
Yeah, it's like I say, you play your better darts, you enjoy it more when it's a fun-based thing, you know. And I know it's a serious cause, and that sort of gives you that little bit more incentive to do well. But on a whole, it was just really fun and nice to relax.
Let's talk about the darts. Let's talk about the serious stuff here at the Super Series. I'm going to jog your memory back a little bit to a couple of weeks ago in that semi-final against Jimmy Vanschke. Does it still smart? Does it still hurt?
A little bit. But, you know, I've got far more out of the last series than I ever expected. So, you know, I can only be pleased with what I did and get as far as I got.
But knowing you, this has given you a bit of a bug, hasn't it?
Yeah, it gives me an incentive to you know, come back and try again, because that's the one thing that's missing now, and I want that. I want that big one.
Is that in the mind? Is that now it to complete the set, get the champion?
Yeah, I mean, it's not in my mind, at the forefront of my mind, but obviously everyone who plays here wants that, and I'm no different to them.
Well, I wish you all the best this week, Steve. Good luck.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
Top man. And Steve kicks off against Neil Duff, a man who is as prolific as West in terms of making it through to Champions Weeks. These two have a fantastic record in making finals nights all together. Steve West doing so in each of the 6 occasions he's been here. Neil Duff, an 11th appearance of him here at the Super Series. It's the 3rd consecutive week in which he's played, and neither of the previous 2 have correlated to success. He failed to make it through to Champions Night at Champions Week. He was unable to defend his double trouble title, but this is where both players really come into their own. They are experts in qualifying through what they call qualification weeks ahead of Champions Week. Steve West looking to do so for his 6th time. Neil Duff looking to do so for a 5th time. Both on the same amount of weekly titles if you include the double start win that Duff had in February. And so here we go. A new series gets underway. The first start thrown by Steve West, and he'll have realistic ambitions of throwing the last start of this series. We almost kicked off the new series. Devon Peterson for Max.
Yeah. Westy literally this morning swapped his darts out. I had to change his point, so I'm expecting the magic of Devon Peterson to rub off. Certainly not rub into the 5, Steve. But other than that, I mean, it's solid. I mean, Neil Duff.
81.
And this is a big thing for Neil. I mean, he left this building only picking up 1 leg of the Double Trouble Week finals. He got through Group A, top of the group, literally just played himself into a great position, and then came up against 2 top performers and 2 finalists. And in that, you almost want to see whether that scarring is still very fresh, or what if there's a new approach for Neil.
50.
He's got to a slow start here. Steve leaving himself on a finish after 9, and he's got 6 here from 148 to take out the opening leg of the new series.
44.
Didn't quite clean it up, but Duff hasn't got out the gate whatsoever in this opening leg.
43. Steve require 104.
I'm just wondering if there's a... And like you say, I mean, it's tough. It's a tough opener as well. Steve West, Neil Duff, probably 2 of the most successful players on that stage as well. So it'll be like a baptism of fire. Whoever wins, though, will feel like they've came out on the
95.
It's not going to just be the win. It's that confidence. It's that mental it's that room at the back there where the players sit, and knowing that I've been one of the top players in 31. This Group A, so I'm going to be good for the season, for the series. And I think that Duff will feel like, and you'll see like he's just looking for hope and praying that he finds some form. But this is the thing with early darts as well.
Steve required 20.
It's a tough thing to settle down. So, I mean, with Steve playing the way he is playing, settling down quite early, but
no score. Now we require 120.
Certainly challenging for both players early on. And that 5 is getting a hammering from Neil Duff today.
Frustrating first leg for both. Duff in the scoring element, West in the finishing element. He's missed 4 darts at a double to take out this first leg, and he's seen his opponent eke ever closer. But as Neil Duff got closer towards finishing range, West takes out the double 10 eventually
Second leg,
to
it's
lead
Neil to throw
1-0.
first. Game
This is a meeting between two players who played at Champions Week in Series 8, didn't play against one another in Champions Week because
95.
Neil was in Group C after a Group A campaign and didn't make it through to Champions Night, while Steve West began his campaign in Group B.
93.
Henry, you've seen many a darts at the Super Series. What's your thoughts on the way in which or why
41.
Steve West is so successful, qualifying most of the time, getting to the finals night? Do you think that he has the recipe? What have you seen that is a common factor in that?
34.
I think the key to success here is peaking at the right time. And I think Steve does what he needs to do during the week. Sometimes he's great. Sometimes he can play below par and
60.
qualify through. But he knows Saturday night is business night. And that's when he comes into his own. Whatever happens Monday to Friday with Steve, you know on Saturday he will turn up.
60.
It's a great observation. I think that it's almost managing his performances, knowing that he doesn't need to kind of blow the lights out, but we have seen him do that on many occasions. And then you see, just like you say, when he's playing below par, he's still managing to get through to the
60.
finals night. So it'll certainly seem like he's got the Modus recipe down to a T. He's got that match management, which is one of the strengths you have to have, especially when you're playing
95.
in the week. It's day after day. I mean, if you have a bad day, how do you come back from it? And seeing that kind of traits from Steve West, it just draws on the experience. And I think that anybody coming into the Modus,
100. Neil, you require
I mean, if you
110.
watch Steve West or watch some of his games or just understand the methodology he uses, I mean, you could be successful.
74.
Double 18
Steve
goes
require
a begging there for
154.
Neil Duff to take out the 110. West a passenger in leg 2, but he's looking for another one of them to give himself a dart at top. So the 154, and that would have been the first
114.
ton plus finish of the brand new
Neil, you require
series.
36.
Neil Duff would want to make sure that goes in. And that's a
27.
wayward dart.
Steve, you require 40.
Just shaking off and giving Steve West now an opportunity.
20.
When he goes inside, both
Neil,
players
you require 9.
not really on it this morning with the finishing, considering that we're early in the legs. Neil Duff not finding any control with his darts at the moment.
No score.
And I thought double trouble was last week,
Steve, you
Devon.
require 20.
I think it's just the early start. Once they settle in, Ooh.
10. Neil, you require 9.
Steve West is 1 from 12 on the doubles. Neil Duff himself has missed 6. Make that 8.
5.
And these two players who between them have
Steve require
9 Champions
10.
Week appearances is playing at a level that would be akin to the dog and duck.
6.
Well, yesterday at the Influence event, we had nearest the
Neil,
ball.
you
If this
require
carries on, it may have to be the
4.
case here. Double 2. And here we go to the madhouse.
2.
This must be a familiar feeling,
Steve,
Devon.
you require 4.
What's that? Missing doubles. No, I don't miss doubles. I miss trebles. Steve
Game
West
shot on the
there.
second leg. Steve West.
Falling over the line and both players having a chuckle.
The leg,
But I'm
it's
sure that
Steve to
chuckle
throw
is not
first.
something of joy. It's
Game
more
on.
something of, not embarrassment, but for Neil Duff, it would be like that was wasted. And for Steve West,
15.
he's just happy. But this is the thing, though. It's that match management, understanding that you can play a poor game and win and then go back and just kind of find yourself. You can play a bad game
60.
and also win. And then you'll be even more excited because you wouldn't expect it to win that game. So, I don't know. I think that we still have another twist in this game, considering both players are giving opportunities on the
60.
finishing. And I think that Neil Duff can simply play himself into this game still.
What is doubly troubling for Neil
60.
is not just was it a leg conceded, but it was a leg conceded on throws. So West with a 2-0 lead, but also with a break in hand.
We do know that the double trouble was best of 5. So now we move on back to proceedings as usual, best of 7. So at least, I mean, with the double trouble, if you broke your opponent, it was an immediate, you under pressure, because then you're looking at a 3-0 loss. But this time around, there's still an extra leg. But both players' body language is not, every dart is a sigh. It's tough. It's literally like trying to throw, they're throwing a potato at a dartboard.
85.
Monday morning, Devon, they're not easy, are they?
Not for dart players, no. But Neil Duff has had a week of darts. So
45.
my question is all of the darts that he continuously plays, does he become a bit dart tired? Because it's continuous. No real break. No great pattern of sleep.
44.
Both players are, like you said, Henry, levels of dog and duck.
Yeah, this isn't the showpiece start that we expected for the new season. I'm sure both players will admit that as well. Duff looking for the 167. Well, this would have been something sublime after the ridiculous of leg 2.
99.
But what he has done is put himself in a great position here to get the break back and to return the game back to throw at 2-1.
94. Now we require
If you're playing
68.
the back in the players' room right now and you're watching this and you'd feel as though like if you got your game right, you could have an opportunity, as we see Neil Duff missed the bullseye there. You can see a clear opportunity,
34. Now we require 39. Game shot on the third leg. Neil Duff.
I think Neil enjoyed that. Got the break back, put in the
Well,
double
there
10.
gets
Back
Neil
to
to
2-1
throw
it
first.
goes.
Game on.
Still awaiting this pair to really wake up to proceed. You get the sense that
125.
once they get this one out of the way with their two very experienced campaigners, they'll move on from this very quickly. Well, Neil Duff definitely will have to because he's taking on Bradley Brooks in game 4 of the session.
59.
Steve West next game against Niels van Zanten in match 5. The other games in the first round of fixtures, Bradley Brooks up against Carl Wilson on debut. Darius
97.
Labanauskas up against another debutant in Niels van Zanten. Is this one of those games, Devon, where both players are thinking, if I just switch it on for 5 minutes, I will get over the finishing line?
I don't even think you need to switch on for 5 minutes. All you just have to do is play a basic straight down the middle, hit one dart on the treble.
17.
But I think that before we even hit the treble, just say straight, because a lot of the first darts are moving to the 5, and Steve West more closer to that straight strategy than anything.
100.
Celebrates a ton there. It's a big ton.
$92.
Neil Duff there strategically doing the board management. Dartboard math is so important. And knowing which trebles to hit at which time.
170.
Could he really in the big fish? Doesn't need to because Steve West is on the 166. But leaving it handy,
98.
that is more like a bit of Neil Duff. But what can Steve West do? Can he apply some pressure? And the important thing now is
56.
Neil
We
Duff
require
was
72.
2-0 behind. Could have made it 1-1. And now has an opportunity to pull it all back.
52.
That's close. Giving Steve West an opportunity
Stevie
there, H.
require 110.
This is for another break. This for 3-1. And then West would have had the darts if he took that out to have won the game. And so Duff on 2-0 down.
68.
Following
We
that
require 20.
leg, which we want to forget, has won
Game
the
shot on
2
the
since
fourth
and has
leg.
been the
Neil
better
Duff.
player since. And this match is back level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to
So
throw
it was a best of
first.
7 at the start.
Game on.
It's a best of 3 now.
$100.
Steve West is steadying the ship there, and Neil Duff now with his tail up after that back-to-back leg wins.
140.
Settled now, and that's, like you said, Monday morning darts. It's twists and tails. It's
45.
Of course, Steve did play yesterday as well. I know it was a different type of event, but he has got darts in the system. He travelled down
100.
early on Sunday morning to play in the Influencer event. As we have a look at Steve's darts going to the board. Now, you were doing some pointing, weren't you, for Steve this morning?
Yeah, and it's a strange one though, because for me personally, I could not come with a new set of darts to a game, because
45.
with the new cuts and grooves that he has, there's a lot of grip on that dart, and you'll feel like it's very fresh. And he might not feel like it's sitting comfortable, but I do know that he struggles a bit with his hands in the morning. So
139.
yeah, I think that could be the reason as well. But it's just tough starting with a fresh set of darts. And Neil Duff, though, I mean,
100.
he's changed his darts a few times as well. So both players are looking for that extra percentage. And that's what you do when you change a dart. You kind of feel like these are the ones.
41.
And I feel as
Neil,
though
you
with
require
Neil Duff,
116.
I wonder if he believes in this darts as much as he did his old ones.
Well, he does alternate between a couple of sets. That's one thing we've seen
56.
from Neil over the
Stevie Rock,
last couple of
131.
weeks here. He's left himself on 60 for the break of throw and a 3-2 lead, unless West could have found the 1-3-1. He's unable to, and so Duff
74.
should from here get a couple of darts
Neil
at
requires
tops
60.
to put himself a leg away from the match. Got plenty of room on the right-hand side. And Al has a great guide, but
20.
cannot utilise it. And
Stevie
so the
requires
opportunity
57.
has been presented back to Steve West.
This would be a magical hold.
27.
And it's
Neil, you
to
require
the left.
40.
And a lot of his darts have been going to the left as well. And I think that could be because of the new dart effect. But last dart in hand for Neil Duff to break the throw.
Game shot
Gets
on the
it.
fifth leg. Neil Duff.
And it's literally when it got to 2-0, you understand, because of the
Fifth leg,
length of the
it's
game,
Neil
there's
to
always
throw
an
first.
extra
Game
twist. Somebody's going to switch on because they know that it's survival mode darts, and both of these are veteran campaigners in the sport itself. So
100.
now it's all about, can Steve flip it around again and find that treble? He's a very first dart kind of player, and when his first dart's there, he can follow it up.
135.
I mean, we've seen him throw 9 darters, but is it Neil's to lose?
You think at this moment in time that
80.
would be the case. Now, so far in this game, there's been a combined 33 missed darts at a double between the pair.
I'm more focused on the 5 that was hit, mate.
100.
Glass half full.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's a start.
80.
It's a start on a Monday, early morning, kind of just getting settled. And that's the thing, though, because it's the start of a week, you know that mistakes don't kind of hurt you at the very beginning.
140.
And both of these players know, and we spoke about it, it's that match management, it's that knowing that they can play themselves in, because if they don't win the group, they
85.
still have the
Stevie Rock,
B and C, which
126.
will mean at the back end, and then the Saturday is obviously the ball. So, yeah. I think both players will not be too worried about this first game.
86. Now we require
And two
156.
experienced campaigners. They're probably too experienced to let one game at the beginning of a Monday morning really fester for the rest of the week. But it could be a
60.
first game of the week which goes
Stevie
all the way
require
to a deciding leg. Steve West looking at tops to take us all the way. Now double 10. Fives. This time he
Game shot on the
finds,
sixth
and we
leg.
go all the way.
Steve
3-3 between West and Duff in the opening match of Modus Super Series 9.
7th and final leg. It's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Now let's see them both turn it on. And Steve's still finding that 5 every
50.
verse there. And that could be because the dart slightly just kind of clips onto his finger because of its newness.
43.
Both players got into a nice rhythm there after the 2-0, after that little wobble. And now we got the last leg. I'm not going to say nerves because they probably don't have it, but it's that
96.
I can win this game. It wasn't the best game, but if I get it, it would be like a double win in a sense.
Suddenly the mind and the mentality changes, doesn't it? In an instant.
95.
And this last leg, pretty much up in the offing. 6 darts thrown, nothing really to separate either player.
59.
I think it's one of those games that we'll just call a statistical anomaly because I don't think we'll see these
97.
two play at the numbers that we've seen from them right here again this week. And if so, then we will be having a bit of a post-mortem.
58.
Neil Duff, certainly wants to make sure that he fills it up at the right time. Neil Duff with a 180, the first one of the match. But it's so crucial. Steve West left in no man's land
40.
there, and Duff now has
Neil,
6
you
starts to
require
close out
86.
86.
For the first win of the new series, doesn't have to attack the bullseye. Which is why he went across for treble 20. And so he's going to
54.
leave himself on double 16 upon his return. It's a game that won't live long in the memory of either
84.
player, but the
Neil,
2
you
points will
require
mean as
32.
much. No matter what the scenario for Neil Duff.
shot
And he
and
kicks
the
off
match.
Series 9
Neil
with a
Duff.
4-3 win against Steve West. I don't think it's the best game that we're going to see in the brand new series, but we are up and running. Neil Duff getting the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 3 to kickstart the new series. Bradley Brooks takes on Carl Wilson. That's our second game of the session, and that's coming up after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Series 9 got up and running with a 4-3 win for Neil Duff against Steve West. Wasn't a classic encounter, but Duff getting over the line nonetheless. Next up for us, Bradley Brooks, a man who also played Double Trouble last week and kicking off Series 9 here at the Live Lounge, up against debutant Carl Wilson, who won through the ADC Vault Series in the summer of 2024. And now has his debut here on the Live Lounge stage. So big moment for him up against Brooks, who has been here, done it, and worn the T-shirt before. It's his third appearance here at the Live Lounge for the former World Youth Champion Bam Bam. He's qualified for finals night twice, and when he gets to a Saturday, he either goes very deep or wins the thing. He's already played at the Champions Week in 2024 up against the 35-year-old debutant Carl Wilson from Royal Tunbridge Wells.
Bradley to throw first.
Nicknamed
Game on.
the Gok. But is he going to win the lot? And is he going to win this first game, Devon Peterson?
Carl Wilson, I mean, vaguely an unknown player, but a player that has
57.
achieved on the Challenge Tour and really show that he can play the game, as we see him open up here.
140.
He's got more of a kind of a Cobra-like, no solid follow-through, which is probably not advised, but he's certainly
83.
making the best of it. And he's in that treble again. Look at this.
100.
The beauty of being a debutante, you have very little expectation on your side of succeeding.
97.
All you want to do is just perform and make sure that people at home that are watching actually don't kind of see a bad
81.
performance on your side. And me having a chat with Carl yesterday, he was really emotional when he got this qualifier. As we see Bradley, clearly starting off on a Bam Bam moment with a 180. But with Carl saying that he was emotional when he qualified for the Modus series because all his hard work has paid off.
140.
And he's definitely
Ready, required,
and he's definitely
84.
doing the business. Bradley on 84. Carl Wilson on left on tops, but will he have a shot?
Double 11. He is going to get a go. He's
73.
left tops after
Oh, he
12, and he's
required
going to get a
40.
go at it.
Game shot
For
the
a
first
very,
leg.
very
Carl Wilson.
steady first leg there. And Bradley Brooks will know that he's immediately into a game.
Second leg, it's Carl to
Carl
throw
Wilson,
first.
a debutant
Game.
at the Modus series, but certainly not a first-time player. That treble is getting a peppering. Yeah, Carl Wilson with a big one of his own.
180.
Bam Bam will quickly realize that this is not a game that he's going to be kind of just cruising in.
100.
Some start on debut. Goes 4 into the 9. We just get a little bit excited, but this is an
140.
incredible performance up to press. Averaging, I know it's early days, but just a shade under 130. Won the first leg in 13. Could be
54.
potentially on the cusp of a 12-dart leg of his own. He has a decent turn here, and Bradley Brooks has been left in the wind here.
Not to get too
57.
excited. I mean, like you said, I mean, it's that opening kind of magic. You know, when you open up a Christmas gift and it's just all in, it's so beautiful. And then, I mean, we want to see how the
59.
game goes
Oh, you
or the day goes for
124.
Carl. But I mean, based on just representation, he looks absolutely solid. Oh, this is beautiful.
108.
There's another 13 dart coming in potentially, and Bradley Brooks merely a bystander. And now performances like this, because you don't know the
100.
player
Carl, you
as deep
require
as you do,
16.
and you know that you need to switch on, and he's looking at double 8 here for a quick
Game shot the
2-0.
second leg. Carl
And
Wilson.
that's a 13 darter and a 14 darter, averaging 111.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Broke the throw and held the throw, H. Great start.
Bradley Brooks must be thinking, what on earth have I walked into here?
100.
He's averaging 94. And he hasn't been given hardly any opportunities in this match whatsoever. We have seen
46.
supersonic debuts here at the Super Series in the past. Cam Crabtree walked up on this stage little under 2 years ago and averaged 115 in his debut match against Matt Jackson. He moonlighted the Moonwalk
81.
Man.
Moonlighted the Moonwalk Man. I love that. Yeah, could we see...
125.
Could we see this being really, really solid? I'd love to see the back room right now because there's a loads of
81.
players in there. I mean, Neil and Steve would have seen players like Carl come through and probably know a bit about Carl. But when somebody starts like this on a Monday morning, you kind of go, "Ooh,
132.
he's going to be a little one to watch out for the day." Because quickly, I mean, when you go through the names, you go, "Oh, cool, these are the 4 players."
99.
Everybody's looking at them, and then you get thrown like a curveball like Carl, and then he just throws the spanner in the works.
However, not to put the glass half empty, the big question will be how he
Ready,
replicates it as the day moves along. Always the acid test. Tots is the lie of the treble so good, it was a perfect guide. Double 10.
Game
The first
shot
ton
the
plus
third
checkout
leg.
of Series
Bradley
9.
Brooks.
And it's a ton on the nose for Bradley Brooks to get his first chalk on the board. Back to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Bradley Brooks, certainly a top young player, and just
91.
made his way early on onto the scene and tour card, and now playing on the Challenge Tour as well, but also a world champion, and you can tell why. But just
83.
levels of confidence, strength in his ability, and it's also the belief in the ability.
81.
You can tell he's at a rebuilding phase of his career. Had so much success so young. Had a bit of a rough patch in the last 18 months in the
42.
PDC, thus losing his tour card at the end of 2023. But I think there's been enough signs this year, particularly towards the latter half of 2024, to say that Bradley will have a
99.
very good chance at Q-Score. And not just is he playing well, but I feel like as a player as well, he's maturing a lot too.
96.
And it's great that him and Ted Everts are so close, because Ted has gone through the exact same thing. And I think just sharing that information and experiencing it
100.
on both sides is great. And the sport, it demands you to mature very quickly, because you graduate from
100.
playing
You require
youth darts into the
130.
pro system. It's a baptism of fire, and we see Carl Wilson, yeah, he's going to set it up nicely and probably leave the
98.
32. And Bradley Brooks now can only watch, and could find himself, if he doesn't leave the shot handy, but he does give
100.
himself at
Carl,
least
you
one
require
dart
32.
guaranteed at a double, but that's if Carl gives him a shot.
No score.
But a chance he will
Bradley
get. It's the
require
first time
80.
Carl Wilson's really fluffed his lines on the doubles. And so Brooks, who found himself 2-0 down in the space of 27 darts, could find himself back level in next to no time at all. It's tops, but it's blocked. And he does not like that lie. Dart of the week if this goes. And he
40.
wasn't too far away.
Carl, you require 32.
Carl Wilson missed 3 at the double.
Game
He
shot on the
makes
fourth
no
leg.
mistake at the second
Carl
time of
Wilson.
asking. Bradley Brooks had 1 dart at the tops
Fifth leg, it's
to
Bradley
break
to
the
throw
throw and
first.
pull it
Game
level. And now Carl knows that he's in a comfortable position with the first to 4. Bradley will have to go perfect now with 3 back-to-back legs. And
60.
will that pressure be too much, or does Carl have enough in his locker just to see the game out? And I think that would be a big part of
57.
his first game, is debutant playing well. That will give him confidence, but seeing the game out now with no hassles, that will surely make him a
41.
contender for the week.
And what Carl's doing really well is restricting the opportunity that Bradley Brooks has had at double. He's only had 3 at a double in this game, and that's been 1 dart at a double
82.
in 3 different legs.
That just tells you this man's scoring power. Finding that first dart with treble has been really good.
95.
And Bradley's on the defense all the time, and Cole with his entire body moves as he throws, but he seemed to have mastered it with the timing. And that timing can sometimes go when you're under pressure. So in this game, he might feel very confident and not be under pressure. So it's really working for him at this point.
$92.
Brooks 6 from here from 2-5-4 to bring it back to 3-2 and to force Wilson to serve it out.
100.
And a key part there is make him serve it out. Don't let him win your leg, and that's the match management there.
60. Bradley require 154.
This would be a big one though. This would be one that could kind of give a resurgence, but he's gonna have to leave it handy. But with Cole Wilson on 156 as well, he's gonna need to pull out stops, and that's a fantastic last start there by Bradley Brooks.
He could pull out all the stops here. Another one of them. Double 18. To win it in style, but it just goes on the inside wire. And so Brooks will get a go to bring it back to 3-2. It's going to be 2 at tops.
34.
Pulls it inside, and so Carl will return to seal what has been a superb debut match with a victory. Double 9 is found, and it is 2 points in the pocket of Carl Wilson. He gets the better of Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 1, and he is sent out a statement to the rest of the field to say he is here to play in this Group A. He kicked off with legs of 13 and 14. He raced into a 2-0 lead in next to no time at all. He gets the better of Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 1, restricting Bam Bam to just 4 darts at a double. Coming up after the break, Darius Labanauskas, former series semi-finalist against the debutant Niels van Zanten.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tony Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters! Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth on the opening day of Modus Super Series 9. And before the break, the debutant Carl Wilson got his campaign up and running with a 4-1 win against Bradley Brooks, racing into a 2-0 lead with legs of 13 and 14, for then rounding off a 4-1 success of an average in excess of 90. So from one debutant to another, what is Niels van Zanten going to bring to the Modus Super Series stage? The Dutchman who won a ADC European qualifier to get here up against probably one of the most consistent and reliable players at the live lounge in Portsmouth in Darius Labanauskas. Niels already making himself home, already trying to kick up some of the set in the background. Customising to life here at the Super Series. But for Darius, well, a quarter-finalist of the World Championship in 2020, actually booked his return to the Worlds a few weeks ago, so we will see him back in action at Alexandra Palace in December, up against Niels van Zanten, who makes his debut here at the Super Series, winner of an ADC European qualifier, and he even has a win on tour this year against Wesley Plaisir to his name. He has fish on the back of his shirt, and he's hoping there'll be nothing fishy about this performance, Dev.
Yes, Henry.
100.
Darius Labanauskas, I mean, you spoke about him returning to the World Champs this year, and it's a crazy story. He needed to win the last event of the Nordic-Baltic events, and yeah, he pulled it out, a rabbit out of the bag. I've always seen Darius as a top-class professional, but also just that throw is just so consistent, solid and straight when he gets it right, and it just seems like he can't miss. I've asked him once or twice, I was like, how are you not like in the top 10 in the world? Just simply every time I've played him, he's generally averaged top 10 averages. But you just know that players with that kind of simple throws are always going to be successful in the sport.
Are you surprised he's not on tour right now?
100%. He's got all of the simplicities of the throw. He's got, I think in that quarterfinal run, it was publicized about his stance, that pause that he has, almost picturesque, statuesque. Yeah. And then you got Niels here with a bit of a co-stompy, but yeah, co-stompy of Timu kind of throw, which is a light version of it. So you see that the sport, obviously, it offers different players the opportunity, but you know the ones that are successful is the ones that have the throw like Darius, that no frills, no fuss, just straight down the middle.
Like a German car built on efficiency. Labanauskas 156. Carl Wilson nearly took this out to win the previous match. This to get Laban up and running. He has got 6 from here. And he's going to need the full quota of darts to get his Series 9 campaign up. I didn't play
60
in Series 8. His only previous appearance here saw him qualify for Champions Week and then get to the semi-finals of that.
$134.
Niels did win Wesley Plaisir, and Wesley's a top player. So we do know that Niels does have the game. Will he bring it out this week?
56. Niels, you require 102.
Darius only managing a 56 there to set up the tops. But Niels now with a showpiece finish, and this could break the throw as well. He's going to have to split around. Does he go 18s or bulls? Or no, he stays there. Now he's going to go double 11.
80.
Ooh, he knows that would have hurt.
40.
Decided the lie was so good, but the double 11 wasn't as fruitful as the treble 20. As Labanauskas looks at tops, gets the tops to take out the opening leg and the hyperextension from the Lithuanian. He leads 1-0.
Sigala gets Neil to throw first.
Nothing lucky there about Darius there. Known as Lucky D. Absolute great throw. If You've seen a lot of players come through. Who has the best action for you?
Here at the Super Series,
80.
Mike Warburton's got a throw which I think 95% of players would die for. It's just so simplistic. The aim, the pullback, the fire, everything about it. It's just so Rolls Royce.
It's a good shout there. Oh, Warby. Really announced himself in the sport as well. As we see Niels, yeah. I think what Niels is going to be is he's going to be that kind of just, he's going to have stealer legs. Those legs that he can just steal away from you, like the 102 shot that he missed. His throw does seem, the averages that we checked out, doesn't kind of give you the best picture of what Niels can perform like. So you know that he has highs and lows. But in the Modus week, you want to find those more highs than lows.
60.
As a wise man once said, it's about doing the right things at the right times.
Don't know who you're speaking about, mate.
Some bloke who wears green. You might have seen him once or twice.
37.
Lifting numerous trophies over the years.
So Darius looking at 129 for a 2-0 lead in this contest.
84. Darius should require 129.
Niels didn't do anything wrong there, but Darius just making sure that he's keeping him at touching distance. Will he go for the bull? He looks it.
104. Now should require 137.
Strategically there, that was the wrong shot. But he obviously felt good and just wanted to get the game out of the bag. Because generally the percentage on anything 130 and over is roughly about 11-10% of the player checking it out. So the chance of him missing is higher. And now he's going to have to waste a dart. But will double 8 be a challenge? And there's no challenges. You see that statuesque end of the throw there, just hyper extension.
Gets Darius to throw first.
Darius now in cruise control. Nothing lucky about those 2 legs that he's won. He's been really in command and really showing his form. He's bringing it over from the Nordic Baltic events that he's won and just qualified through to be back at the World Champs. But it's a great time for Darius as I caught up with him as we both entered the building, and he said, my form is great, I'm happy. And you know, with that combination, we've heard from Richie Burnett, that is the combination of success.
60.
Well, Richie Burnett the other day said he couldn't give a flying fish. Van Zanten with a couple of fishes on the back of his shirt. We'll have to delve into the story behind that as the week goes along.
$56.
That is now just, you can tell when a player's in form, every visit is expected at least 1 treble. And you could tell there that Darius was not happy with that. Even though he gave like a wry smile, it certainly wasn't a happy smile.
Just had a glance up at the scoring power pack that we have, and this is such a typically Darius performance. He's got no 140s, no maximums, but he's got 8 scores in the ton plus column.
100%. And the other impressive stat is
58.
2 out of 3 doubles attempts, and that puts him at a 66. So you know that Darius has a structured approach. Make sure that I hit 1 treble, and the form guide shows that if you do that, you'd get more chances than you won't. But now, Niels will not want to be a bystander in this game simply because the first debutant, Carl, really exploded. And Niels want to make sure that he can find, whether he loses this game or not, that's irrelevant. I think that you want to be comfortable in that first game, especially on your debut, so that the stage doesn't become too big and the doubles doesn't become too small.
However, he's seemingly finding himself a score behind in every single leg, and Labanauskas with
100.
his 9th ton of this contest, leaving himself a ton to move 3-0 to the good.
He's tunning him to death. It's great to see, though. It's the purest form of the game. Just ton. I mean,
59.
we've now become
Darius
accustomed to
require
180s and the 140s, and that's the showpiece. But this is really just the nuts and bolts, German efficiency, like you said, as he finishes off with a ton. Favorite on tops, yeah. Certainly just going to slide in there.
60.
Over pitches it.
Now you require
Niels
164.
now needs to pull off a magical moment. Not up to it. So Darius gets 3 at tops to lead 3-0.
Niels
90.
needed an oasis of
Darius
excellence and unable to
40.
find. He may well see this game slide away from him if Labanauskas could take out tops.
Game shot in the
3-0
third
to
leg.
Darius.
Darius Labanauskas.
And looking in very good nick. And Niels van Zanten has done that one thing that every single debutant
Niels to
does
throw
here at the
first.
Live Lounge.
Game
Now,
on.
between legs, there's a 10-second stop gap to refresh the feed and the scoreboard. And Niels fell in that trap of starting leg 4 straight away. It happens to every debutant.
It is challenging though, because you need to get the rhythm right. You get all of those, and especially if you were a quick player and kind of on the back of the other player, like you're always just chasing down using the player that's leading as the rhythm. But yeah, it's a bright yellow screen, so you can't really miss it.
The way the stage is set up, you can see the picture most of the stage, and just off that camera shot there is a scoreboard. It's fairly simple. It just says what you scored in your last visit and what's left after that visit, and that ticks down pretty much what a chalker would chalk on a Pro Tour or a Challenge Tour, just in an electronic version.
119.
But Darius here is pretty much playing to type. His annual numbers before today, 88.12, 37% on his doubles. In this game, averaging 89.07 and 50% on the doubles.
Consistent.
100.
Consistent D. And he's really just making sure that he doesn't need to exert any more stress on his throat, doesn't need to chase anything. He just came with the game plan. I'm going to throw as many tons as possible. If the 180 lands, that's great, but I'm going to focus on the tons, and that's it. And he stuck to that plan majority of the time. This could be a possible opportunity for the 140 now. He wouldn't want to stay there. He'll probably drop down.
Oh. 150.
And the setup there leaves Niels outside of any chance of winning a leg, as Darius looks at 3.
140. Darius require 32.
Double 16 to round off
Game
a sumptuous
shot and
opening
match.
display. Efficiency of the
Darius
highest
Labanauskas.
order from Darius Labanauskas as he batters the man with cod on the back of his shirt, Niels van Zanten, by 4 legs to 0. Doing so, averaging 92.5, 4 from 7 on his doubles, finishing off with a 13 dart leg. He could well be the man to beat this week. Labanauskas up and running, coming up after the break. Neil Duff up against Bradley Brooks. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the first round of fixtures have been completed. Before the break, Labanauskas got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4-0 with the performance of the opening round. An average of just under 92.5, 4 from 7 on his doubles. He has set his stall out, and you get the sense of his efficiency and his consistency. He won't relent from there. Match 4 sees a meeting between two players who have played at a Champions Week this year, as Bradley Brooks takes on Neil Duff. A heavyweight battle, really, for the Modus Super Series. This pair were also in action last week in double trouble. Bradley unable to make it through to the Saturday night. Got off to a strong start on the Thursday, but Friday really let him down in the end, up against Neil Duff, who was knocked out by Ted Evans and Robert Thornton in the group stage on Saturday evening. They ended up being the final two to jout it out on Saturday night. Thornton taking the crown going to the Fawn. It's Brooks against Duff in match number 4. Devon Peterson is alongside me here in the commentary box. What would be your overall assessment of the 3 games we saw in the first round?
Definitely. Like you said, I mean, Labanauskas showing exactly what it is just to have a simple game plan and executing it perfectly. Doesn't always go like that, but I mean, for him to have an opening game like that, it's just testament to the form that he's in. And then you look at the likes of Carl Wilson. I mean, of the 2 debutants, he obviously shunned and shocked Bradley Brooks, who we see here right now, against Neil Duff. And Neil Duff in the first game, obviously just falling over the line in uncharacteristic fashion for both players to play that kind of game as an opener. But it was a Monday morning. It was the start of the week, and we forgive them for that. But now we're going to see some real tungsten fighting. Yeah, it's going to be one of those. Does Bradley Brooks now lick his wounds and come out even stronger? And has Neil Duff had more practice time on the dartboard? And we'll only know
60
as this game goes along.
And the first game nerves are out of the way for the pair.
58.
And fair to say, in the opening leg, Bradley has
35.
settled much quicker than Neil. It probably would have been enough in that opening performance for Bradley to suggest that there are some positive signs
99.
there. Maybe unhappy with the way the match maybe dovetailed towards the end, but you probably put his hands up and say, Carl played so well, I probably wouldn't have won that game anyway.
100.
That's true, and I think that is a big thing. We've seen Neil Duff have that back-to-back leg kind of strength, which is something that you need to have as a player, because if you lose the first 2 legs, you need to kind of be able to recompose, and he has. But I think that against Steve West, 96. He was allowed that opportunity. I don't think in Bradley Brooks' defense, I don't think that Bradley Brooks will allow him that opportunity to. And a little different way here to go for
36. Now we require
60. I've not seen that before. Have you?
This is something Bradley does do every now and then. We'll talk about it a bit more in the next leg, because Duff here, looking at tops to
50.
take leg 1,
Bradley
a leg which has been a passenger in, and now he's had a dart to win. And so back to 2 12s. Double 6. Down to what Paul Nicholson likes to call the trapdoor, but it opens up for Bradley Brooks, and he opens up a break. He leads 1-0 against the former Lakeside champion. Now, Bradley has form for doing this. And we've spoken to Bradley about this in the past. The reason he'll go treble 12, double 12, or just head for the 12 bed on 60 occasionally is because his darts stand up to attention, sometimes he doesn't like the idea of going 20 tops in case there's a catch or in case there's a bounce out. So sometimes he will deviate. 43. So watch out. When he has 180 left and he hits 2 treble 20s, he will not go for a big 20. He'll move across to that 12 bed so he doesn't burst the score.
57.
Thoughts?
My darts stand up as well, and there's ways and means around that. I mean, you just throw to the right or the left of the board, depending on what side you're standing. I mean, he's really equipped with all the ability and skill to actually do that. So if you change the way in which, or aim for the lower part of the bed,
60.
If your darts do stand at attention, That's the craziest thing, because literally, if you miss a dart, you actually wasted a dart and an opportunity. Not so much on stat, but it could be the difference between
140.
being a champion and not. You want to kind of... And his darts doesn't stand that straight up, though.
134.
And he does have a long dart. I play with a long dart as well, and I see that he's playing with a new Shot all-in-one flights as well. Sponsored by Shot as well. So, yeah, he does. His entire dart setup is a long one, so I can understand the thought. But, just the mechanics of it all, you kind of sacrificing a dart, but looks, like he's...
140.
Literally fine. He just wants to get into the groove, and he knows that a 36 would have definitely got him there. And Neil Duff now going to be certainly a bystander, going to find himself
60.
Potentially 2-0 again.
36.
We know how the last game went, but will Bradley relent this time?
Kisses the wire with dart 1. Surely. And that second IGC dangles, so hasn't really got much to aim at. May look at the corner. What a dart, because he's basically pierced it between that loose dart. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
And he's the one that was changing it. To throw those kind of Houdini darts, and then you kind of worried about the one. I would never
85.
go for triple 12. And I suggest anybody watching, if that's the case, please don't go triple 12.
I get the sense that Bradley feels like he can get this game by the scruff of its neck, but possibly is trying too hard to take authority of this contest.
Dart players do have that tendency. You go 2-0 up, you go, I'm going to now step on his neck, and then you start pushing and pulling, where with Darius, just stay steady. And that's what I'm saying. It's that kind of composure and understanding of the game that makes Darius such a top professional. And now Duff seems like he gives the players 2-0 start, and then he comes back and goes, okay, cool, I'm ready now. I'm in the game now. Maximum there from Bradley Brooks, and that's a strong maximum simply based on timing. And also, if it can ruffle Duff's feathers, which it seemingly is,
29.
A 2-treble visit now will put Bradley Brooks into the driver's seat.
Just when Neil Duff thought he was going to get a little bit of breathing space in this match, he sees Bradley Brooks motor behind him, and another big find with the last dart leaves him on a finish. Forces Duff to take out this 147, and he's not going to, and so Brooks for a 3-0 lead, looking to add the 140 to the ton he's already got today.
And I think that's what he's
require
probably
52.
fearful of. 52 incoming. Neil Duff will want to settle down with this 52. He's had mixed results on the outer ring, and seems to have a hangover of the first game. Bradley, with a ton-plus opportunity. Here we go, the ton-plus finish. It's certainly on. Double 10, he's done this before.
90.
Not this time. It gives Neil Duff an opportunity on the 8s now.
Double 4 is found by Neil Duff. Bradley Brooks has missed a dart for the double break, and if he found, he would have been thrown for the match right now.
Full flag, it's Bradley.
As luck would have it, he's still got the break in his favour, but he's got Duff breathing down his neck.
Another max incoming. Bradley Brooks here, just
180.
starting off solid. Neil Duff will know that he'll need to shape up, find that first dart in the treble, because
60.
I feel as though the longer this game goes on, not like Duff's previous game, the better Brooks will get. I don't know if Neil Duff he's already seen a slight improvement, but I mean, that was going to be
58.
obvious. But I think that Neil Duff will feel like the first start's not finding the treble as often as he would like, that he can bounce off it, but always having to correct
59.
and change and shift and switch, which because hampers your rhythm on the board.
Well, Bradley is seemingly settling into the day now. He got hit from all quarters by Carl Wilson in his first match. And in this game against Neil Duff is keeping control of this contest as the Duff man hits his first max of this match. Still unable to leave himself on a finish, so Bradley had 6 from the fish to move 3-1 to the good. And he's going to put himself in a decent enough position to do exactly that. 74 upon his return.
More like Duff now, finding that first dart in the treble.
105.
As a dart player, you do
74.
all your work with your first dart because that's the perfect one. That's the one that leads all of the others into its space. And Bradley now needs tops.
54.
Goes under the wire.
Neil
now has an opportunity coming from 2-0 down. He has an opportunity now to clear up this 97. Not happy with the first. Goes for the double 19.
Bradley
Then goes the
required 20.
tops.
He's had a dart to make it 2-2. Bradley Brooks had darts to win every single leg in this match, and he finds himself 3-1 up. And Duff here throwing to stay in the contest.
Neil to throw first. Game on. $40.
Bradley wins this game. He'll move on to 2 points. Steve West and Niels van Zanten play the next game. The winner of that will be guaranteed their first points. Somebody be guaranteed on 0. And when Carl Wilson
60.
and Davis Labanauskas go toe-to-toe in Game 6, somebody's guaranteed to be 2 from 2 at the top of the group.
58.
I think I've never seen Neil Duff this animated about his throw for this long. And when you remain that animated, it means that you can't settle and you're kind of fighting within yourself, which is a tough thing to do because as a dart player, it all happens between the ears most of the time.
I know how much Neil was looking forward to having a 3-week stint here at the Super Series, just the way everything worked out, playing the Championship, defending double trouble, and then being booked in for the first week of this series. But he'll feel like, so far, the great plans and the great expectations have not come to fruition one bit. And he's on the cusp of a 4-1 defeat here to Bradley Brooks, who's playing to a similar level as he did against
57.
Carl Wilson, but this time around getting rewards for that. Pretty much playing to his numbers. 83 average for the year, averaged 83 for the year, averaged 83 in his first match, and he's averaging 83 here.
59. Bradley requires 70.
For the match. Of course, for the 14s. And so 19 for tops now. Tops of the match. And for his first win on the board.
50.
It's just below, but he has got time on his side.
Neil Duff will just want to leave it handy and put some pressure on the double 10.
97. Bradley require
Is that
20.
enough pressure?
He's been good on this target. He's been great on this target. And he gets his first win on the board. Bradley Brooks gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. And he gets over the line. He gets his first win. He's not overly pleased with the way that he performed in that match. It was an average of 84.1, pretty much playing to his numbers. A doubling may be a bit of a concern for him. But Neil Duff, yes, he's won a game, but he hasn't got out the gate yet. Brooks a 4-1 winner. Coming up after the break, Niels van Zanten takes on Steve West.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out the heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas.
What are you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is
Robinson.
that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanauskas. Game shot.
Ross Smith is it
Darius
a
Labanauskas.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Undermark.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanauskas.
he needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, but she gets bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Bradley Brooks got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 1. Decent enough performance, averaging the mid-80s. And that was despite missing 11 darts, a double in that contest. Game 5 sees Steve West and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe on the stage. Both players looking to pick up their first win on this Monday morning, the opening morning of Super Series 9. Fair to say that we won't talk about the game between West and Duff in match 1. Steve missing 18 darts at a double in that game to get over the finishing line against the Duff man. Wise from Niels, he was hit by a barrage of brilliance by Darius Labanauskas. A 4-0 victory for Laban in that one. So Van Zanten not just looking for his first win, but also his first leg on that stage. Up against, in terms of wins, in terms of successes, the player who has pretty much done it all in this building, apart from one thing, and that is to win a Champions Week. That's very much high up on his radar. I don't think he's overly concerned as to when it happens, as long as it does happen.
100.
He's made it very clear that his path, his pattern, his trajectory isn't to compete on the pro circuit like he did for so many years.
83.
Very much happy now playing here at the Super Series, does some ADC stuff. He's going to be eligible for the World Seniors Tour in June next year.
100.
And when he plies his trade there, he is going to be some player to beat.
100.
As for Niels, this will be a week of experience. Not the first time he's played on a stage or in front of cameras. He plays a lot of darts on the NDB Masters Tour.
95.
That's the Dutch main ranking tournaments. And there's plenty of matches that are played in front of cameras, in front of streams. We get deep in those tournaments. They do get broadcast on YouTube.
58.
Beat Wesley Plaisir in a stream game this year. So we know he's got quality and we know he's got depths and levels. The big question,
83.
as it is a lot of the time with debutants, is
160.
how it corresponds on the Super Series stage when you've got 25 matches in a week. Steve not really getting going yet. And it's allowed Niels an opportunity here at 160 to take out this opening
63.
leg.
Stevie Brook,
Leaves himself on a 2-darter. West looking at 1-2-3. And unable to get. And so
55.
And Zanten back
Nils,
down
you
for
require
97. To get his first leg on the Super Series stage. And he's going to get 2 in his hand at top to do exactly that.
Game
He
shot
only
on the
needs the
first
1.
leg.
Van
Nils
Zanten up
Zanten.
and running. He leads Steve West by a leg to 0, and he gets his first chalk on
Second
the
leg,
board
Steve to
here
throw first.
at the live
Leg.
lounge. Well, that's the first task completed. The second one was, which bottle of water is mine?
100. $100. $81.
So, Van Zanten 1 up. And you have to say, really beginning to settle into the task, averaging over 96.5. Scoring much better already than in comparison to his match against Labanauskas. But kind of seeing from Steve West what we saw from Neil Duff in the previous game, where hasn't really been able to shake off what happened in match 1 of the session.
$121.
Really beginning to settle here is Van Zanten, leaving himself on a finish after 9 and leaving Steve West in a bit of bother because he could be
45.
broken here.
Nils, you require 140.
Unable to find, but he has got plenty of time on his side.
54.
Gotta say, Devon, much improved performance so far.
100%, and I think that it's all part to do with that first game, and the players in the back room would have seen that Neil Duff and Steve West are not at
48.
their
Nils, you
optimum
require
best,
86.
and knowing that they're coming against, in that game, we've seen it with Bradley Brooks, now we're seeing it with Niels as well, just coming to the stage and not almost being put in an uncomfortable position because they know that if I play steady, I could catch them
54.
early on
Steve,
and
you
beat them. So
require
that, as a player, are you
167.
comfortable with that? And the player that Steve West is, you'd kind of fear before in the game because you know that he's a
Nils, you
prolific
require
scorer, great player.
32.
But with that opening game, it's kind of maybe just not set the standard, but just gave everybody a feeling of optimism. And we
Game
see
shot the
Niels
second leg.
taking the
Nils
opportunity on
Zanten.
that 32, now leading 2-0. Steve West and both Neil Duff
Third leg, it's Nils to throw
experiencing the
first.
hangover of that
Game on.
first opening game. Certainly just needing to shake it off as he shakes his head. Can't understand what is going wrong. And as a player, when you step back, that's probably the worst part to be, is when you actually don't know what's wrong. And in
60.
his head, he might start thinking about, could it be the darts? Is it that I'm using a fresh set? All of those things. Or is it... Because you just don't know. He played well yesterday. He's having
95.
a great form patch since his return. And then he gets this games.
And I think we should caveat the fact that Steve West is very much ahead of schedule. When he played in week 11 of the previous series, we'll be honest, we didn't know what Steve West
134.
we were going to see on that stage. He could have so easily averaged 111. He could have so easily averaged 71. We didn't quite know where his game was at. We know he was playing okay, but we didn't know how he was going to react to
100.
that week. But it became very apparent very quickly. Steve West was getting back to normal quicker than most people would after the type of surgery that he had. He then won his week. And I think suddenly from there, I think his expectation and our expectation of him have gone back to as it was before.
60.
as Liam Gallagher would say, as you were. But the big thing now is that
58.
it's not so much the performances. When you're playing great and everything is falling in your the way you want it, that's the great part of the game. The challenge of the game is when it's not and how you recover. So I mean, it would be great to see if Steve can shake this off. We're certainly not playing Steve West standard right now, and giving Niels an opportunity to actually extend that gap that he's created now.
60.
Shaking it off, shaking his head. He's a shaking
Niels
Stephen.
151.
6 darts on 151 for Niels van Zanten to open up a 3-0 lead. Now, before today got underway, I can imagine you would have got
40.
long odds on a 4-0 win for Niels van Zanten against Steve West, with the greatest respect in the world to Niels.
140. Niels, your
Just
record,
like that,
111.
Steve West switches on. But can Niels steal it? Needs a treble now. Doesn't get it, so Steve West comes back, 48.
55.
And the O
Steve, your record,
must
48.
go. Steve West needs the 48 just to give himself. It's going to go. Ooh, it's just all mix and match right now. He can't believe it. We can't believe it. And I think Owen can't believe it.
24. Niels, your record, 56.
This is uncharacteristic. And as you can see, that Steve West is only human.
Completely out of the blue. Double 18, the targeted choice of Van Zanten, obviously prefers this side of the board. And you can see why, as he opens up a 3-0 lead.
Niels van Zanten.
A bit of a celebration there as well. He's really beginning to fancy the job.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Niels now comfortable, not looking like a fish out of water anymore. Definitely certainly leaping like a salmon after that. But Steve West.
140.
This is the thing, though. When players celebrate against players like Steve West, they take it personally. And then it becomes now I'm going to show you why you should not celebrate against me. And I think that could just
34.
So generally, I mean, when you're playing really well and your opponent's not, the best thing to do is not to celebrate. But I mean, each to his own.
38.
Yeah, we had a very interesting moment when Steve West was last here with Johan Brouwer, the eccentrically enigmatic Dutchman. Put it this way, he made John Norman Jr. seem calm. And
65.
Steve kind of saw what he was doing in the previous time, and so he singled those matches out. He won 5 from 5, and after he won his 5th one, he pointed towards his
59.
pocket and then said that Johan was in there.
$98.
And that's why I said Steve takes things personally. Friends or not, on the hockey, we are all enemies.
It's very important to say it's that very
140.
fine line that on the stage you want to beat anyone, but off the stage it's a completely different thing.
100%. Steve got me a Chinese last night as well. What a guy.
Wait till he takes you to the steakhouse.
37.
That is something.
Steve, you've got 124.
1-2-4 for West to get his first leg on the board in this Wow, he's just had a little look round. I don't know what's happened there, but whatever it was, it really annoyed
84.
Steve. And very interesting
Now,
as
would you
well.
require 167?
After that first triple 20, he then decided not to attack the bullseye either, following the little move round. That was probably the right decision, considering Niels unable to
43.
take out the
Steve, you
167.
require
This
40.
game may have a bit of spice to it now, Devon.
I think it could have just been on the pace of Niels walking back, and Steve wasn't happy, but
35.
clearly he was already shaken
Now, would you
just
require
because of his performance.
124?
Something like this could just push him over the edge, and A 1-2-4 could certainly kill this game off.
Bullseye.
99.
The width of a
Steve
wire
required
away.
5.
And so Steve West has got one more life in this match, but he cannot afford to miss any more at double. One left at the madhouse. In it
Game shot on the
goes.
fourth leg.
Must hit, and he
Steve
gets.
West.
And it's back to 3-1.
Is that the
Fifth
leg
leg
that
gets Niels to throw
awakens
first. Game on.
the Steve West Dragon? I feel as though he's the kind of player that he needs to be in a battle. He needs to be not on friendly terms. He needs to hate you, and then he puts his best. But the big thing is how comfortable is
100.
Niels looking on that stage right now? And does Niels give him that opportunity?
Steve is a player that plays a real edge
95.
regardless of scenario. There was once a time here, Devon, when Steve was about to play a game against Jeffrey de Graaf in December. Now, we were in the old balcony area where everyone could hear everything. And Steve went up to... Steve said to me in the commercial
140.
break, I'm going to hit a 9 data in this game. So I've gone live on air. Steve West has promised us a 9. It focused him that much that in the last leg of the match, he hit
6.
the 9.
That's the kind of player that he is. He's absolutely, simply Steve West. He's just solid, just really good. When he's on song, he's really good. I think I was watching that as well. But Niels, yeah, just looks really comfortable after that
91.
baptism of fire of Laban, which was a 4-0. But Steve West, and something's needing to
41.
change here, and I don't know what it is. It's,
Now you
if
require
it's just the focus.
170.
It's just going back to basics. Ooh, will he go for it? No, he thought otherwise. He had a different breakdown. I think that was the triple 12 set up there.
125.
Could have been like a fish on the stage if he took out the big fish.
Steve was now just flinging him to the board.
45. Now you
Niels
require
Zanten
45.
leads Van Zanten. Now 45 to see out the match. Once has 2 darts in hand, double 16 the target. Can he do it?
Game
Niels Van
shot on the
Zanten,
match.
4-1
Niels
against
Van
Steve
Zanten.
West. Really showing some class and just settling in better than Steve West. It was a little bit of a reprieve from Steve and getting that one leg over, but clearly it was all systems go for Niels. Find himself comfortable. You see this, the averages there, 86.5 and 74.46. What's going to happen to Steve West further on to the day? Has that shaken him, or will he shake it off?
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Niels van Zanten got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 1. That's the end of our 5th game of the session. Game 6 sees the return to the stage for Darius Labanauskas. He's up against Carl Wilson. The winner of this match will be the first player to 4 points in this group. Both players comprehensive in their opening wins, the best performances we've seen today. In terms of Carl Wilson, average just under 91, a 4-1 success against Bradley Brooks, whilst Darius averaging just under 92.5, 4 from 7 on his doubles, as he got the better of Niels van Zanten by 4
First leg, it's Cole
legs
to throw
to nil.
first.
Both players
Game
look
on.
good in their first matches, but you'd expect Darius to keep at that level. The question is, how will Carl Wilson do in game number 2?
180.
On cue, he's just answered you. He's continuing his first few darts in his debut was 2 treble visits, and he does the same. I think that
84.
that's probably just the call we're going to have to get used to. Darius is a steady player, but we don't know too much about Carl, about how his what his
91.
level of consistency is, but we do know that he is a phenomenal, strong scorer. Finishing not too bad as well, but Darius Labanauskas is the strategic,
58.
structured kind of 5-1 guy, just staying steady and straight, do what he needs to do. So, Carl, it's all up to you, my man.
Is he a epitome of a player that comes through the ADC
60.
system? Somebody that's been on tour for so many years. Maybe not harbour the headlines or picked up many titles, but has always been there. He's always been present. The ADC, through their vault system, gives players like him the
83.
opportunity
Cole,
to
you require
win something like
170.
that and then qualify for a stage like this. And so far, he's acquitting himself very, very well.
132.
And just like Carl Wilson fashion, 12, and then a setup. So you'll be seeing, will he go straight-footed or will he go 6-32?
60.
That is
Cole, you require
Labanauskas not
38.
out of the gates yet. It's okay because it's only he's throwing against, it's against the throw, so Darius won't be
6.
in any bother. And Carl won't be rushing to the 32 because Darius only on 2-1-6, but what we've seen so far of Carl Wilson is he's ticking all the right boxes.
Playing darts, which is going to make
100.
you
Cole, you
very,
require
very hard
32.
to beat. However, can't afford to keep missing doubles.
Game shot
Gets over the line
first leg.
eventually with dart
Cole
number
Wilson.
6 to win the leg.
Second leg, it's Darius to throw first.
Carl being a roofer, he was telling me about how his preparation to this is working and playing and practicing and sometimes cutting heavy tiles and all of these things.
60.
And you understand many of these players have normal jobs and it can impede your throw to perform at its very highest level. But for Carl Wilson, I think that
121.
certainly hasn't impeded his throw. It's just so, it's got an unorthodox style though. It's not full follow through. It's very spitting cobra like
60.
kind of jerked, and he does shift his body as he almost leans into the throw. But I mean, it just looks so good on the so secure and so confident on his scoring ability. Darian, on the other hand, is statuesque. The Lithuanian giant.
83.
And he's had a very good career and pretty much ended the career of another commentator here, Matthew Edgar. Well, as if you can call it career.
100.
He's not here to defend himself, Henry. That's not nice. Matthew is a fantastic player and great content creator as well. Shared the booth with him in your absence.
92.
No, you were here.
Cole, you require
across the room.
146.
Oh yeah, we threw you out. That's why. As we see Carl here with a 146 and Darius still not out of the traps. Nearly in Carl fashion again.
44.
Carl seems to have this pattern, though, that he has great scoring power within that first 12 and then gives him enough darts to finish. And like you said, against anybody, that's going to be tough to challenge and beat.
92. Cole, you require 102.
Averaging bang on 90 right now, and that's despite missing 5 darts that are double in this contest. Moved across for treble 14 with 82 left.
48.
And will leave himself on
Darius, you
54
record
if
140.
there is a return. Just one treble here for Darius. And he went straight across for the 18s. The reason he went there is because if he missed with dart 1, if he found with
58.
dart 2, he
Oh,
could
he
leave
required
himself his
54.
favourite double 18.
Carl Wilson stepping up now. 2 darts in hand for tops.
Gage
Only
on the
needs
second
1.
leg.
So
Carl
far,
Wilson.
he is a man on a mission. It's Carl Wilson. Really
So
not
like it's
shaken
Carl
by
to
the
throw
Modus
first.
series.
Game on.
Also said that he's just going to play his game. He's just going to find his form and just going to be confident like he can. Nothing else. And we could see
140.
second 180 there, but just missing out on the last dart. Key fact is that his opening darts are generally 2 in the bed. And as a player, coming
83.
into that, his opponent will always see 2 in the treble. So when you're looking down, you're kind of just hoping that you don't hear a ton plus. That's kind of
44.
where Darius is at, and Darius stares down. So when you're realizing that Carl is not missing, that puts added pressure on you. So you'll see Darius's darts is going slightly a bit low. He's kind of stretching and feeling where in the first game,
60.
really fluent and structured against Neil. So stuff, I think that's probably the reason why Darius isn't performing as a Pro Tour player right now, is because those pressures
85.
his throw then does have, and this is the first time I actually see it, is that his throw does have a bit of flaw in it. Not a lot, but a small bit.
Basically, Carl Wilson's doing a job on Darius right now.
130.
No, I wouldn't say that. I think that he's just, I think Darius thinks about Carl Wilson more than Carl Wilson thinks about Darius right now.
47.
And the fact that he's an unknown as well. Because Darius will be able to perform against a player that, like the likes of Steve and all of them, because he knows exactly what to expect. We don't know whether this is the ceiling for Carl or if this is just
100.
what Carl does. You know what I mean? We know what Darius's game is. But now, I mean, Carl just looks absolutely sublime on that treble every single time.
120.
Even the drop dart.
Darius, you record
Carl is the real deal.
124.
Can Darius deal him a little bit of pain? Triple 18 will leave the bullseye. Unable to find, and there's been a few wayward darts from Laban in this match. Wilson returning for 65 to
Oh, he requires
open up a
65.
3-0 win, and this would be potentially another real upset scoreline because Van Zanten beating West 4-1 was definitely not on the radar. And you'd have to say at the beginning of the day, Carl
45.
Wilson 3, Darius Labanauskas
require
0
50.
would have been the same. But it may not be that case because Wilson has bodged a couple at tops and Laban comes back to half the deficit. But again, it's another errant and stray dart. And so it's only going to be 1 dart in his hand, a double 16.
$18. Cole, you require 20.
And that's the tightness I was talking about that I've never seen in Darius's game. Carl certainly showing nothing of just steely look. Can he get the last dart in? And no.
15.
So with the unflappable man,
Darius,
he's
you
flappable.
require
He does
32.
seem to miss on doubles. Like every dart player. It's a game about missing. But
Game
Darius
shot in the third
now
leg. Darius Labanauskas.
finds himself in a kind of, and
Fourth
I would
leg,
feel
it's
if
Darius
this was
to
if
throw
I was
first.
Darius, I would go,
Game on.
I'm not really going full throttle right now. Let me make sure my first dart is solid. Get my first dart over the turbo and then work my way in. And then just go back to the ton game that I can throw.
60.
That's all you can do against Carl right now because Carl is really playing superb.
Well, one thing we do like to
91.
do in the commentary box, Devon, is have a look at the world of darts. Aside from the Super Series, it was a busy weekend. Congratulations to Dave Chisnall for winning on the European Tour, the Flanders Darts
60.
Trophy at the weekend. It was also a busy weekend in Selsey as well this weekend. Reece Colley winning the England Masters, beating
100.
Ryan Hogarth by 5 legs to 4. Perhaps no surprise, Dieter Hedman won the Women's England Classic. First time in 11 years, though, she won that particular
95.
title. Beat Paige Pauling, up-and-coming young player in the final. And in the main event, a player that we saw here last week, Jess Smith, lost out in the final to
100.
a part of our team here at the Super Series, Jared Cole, who works as part of our backstage team. He won that title, winning 5-3 with an average of
96.
82.06. That's Jared's first ever WDF ranking event title.
Congratulations, Jared, king of the castle.
60.
Certainly doing really well. Young player, met Jared very long ago, and yeah, he's just been going from strength to strength. Really a top-class player and person as well. So, yeah, it couldn't happen to a nicer man.
Not that he's going to hear those regards, Dev.
I'll clip it and send it to him.
100, Cole. You require
Back to the action now in
150.
Call on 150. That is on a 90. We're seeing Call flap a bit, small
50.
bits.
Darius, you require 90.
And this is like you said, can he remain that consistent for the entire period? And still think that he's solid. He's going to need to go 20. Oh, he's got the treble, and now he needs double 5. Gets the
Game
double
shot
5, and
before
now
that.
back to level
Darius
peg.
Labanauskas.
Darius is slight little fist
Big
bump
leg, it's
there. You
gold
can
to
tell
throw
it
first.
means a lot
Game.
more. Because generally, Carl was cruising 2-0, doing what he want. And now Darius has brought it back.
121.
But the key metric in this game is the fact that Carl Wilson has missed 10 darts at a double in this game. Darius at 50%, 2 from 4. He hasn't been getting anywhere near as many opportunities as his
84.
opponent, but when he has good opportunities, he has been able to take them. And it's beginning to become a little bit of a pattern today, isn't it? Players racing into 2-0 leads, and suddenly
100.
things can get a little bit hairy, scary for the opponent. Happened in game 1, didn't it, where 2-0 lead of West was actually evaporated by
131.
Neil Duff to win 4-3. Wilson leading 2-0 in this match, and level at 2-2. Darius is hot on his heels, hot on his shoulder. And a dry turn there has
60.
opened up the door for the Lithuanian.
$140.
Darius just, after hitting that double 5, just pressed the reset button and just gone back to business as usual.
100. Darius, you require 146.
Maybe Dartbot 501 wasn't completely switched on for the first couple of legs. He's very much found the radar now. He's not going to find the 146. And you almost get the
94.
sense that
Cole,
Carl
you
Wilson
require
has to take
120.
this out. That maybe the match from his perspective hinges on this, but he's unable to find. Straying wide with Dart 1, and so
80.
Labanauskas
Darius, you require
is
52.
going to get 2 darts here for the break of throw.
Game shot on the fifth
Easy
leg.
peasy.
Darius Labanauskas.
Statuesque Darius Labanauskas.
Sixth leg, it's
Really?
Darius to throw first.
It's such a Darius thing to do. It's just
Game.
after a kind of almost stressful period in the first 2 legs, Carl was playing really well, and then Darius presses the reset button and goes, I'm going to just show you how it's done. Love to see. Love to see. But can Carl, and this would be the first time Carl's kind of in a bit of a bother,
57.
so we want to see whether Carl has that fight back. Because a lot of players can seemingly run great in games and run ahead and do everything when they are ahead in the game.
125.
But can you fight back? And that's when you see the real character of the player.
Labanauskas doing what he has done for nigh on a decade in a bit of bother and pulls a 14
46.
darter out of fire to break. Now, the one issue Carl has is because the darts sit down in the board, if something
58.
goes above the treble 20 bed, he will have to, by and large, chase around for cover. Because his view of that treble will be pretty much completely obscure, whereas Darius doesn't have that issue. His darts pretty much stand up to
126.
attention.
He's got the stacker dart. It
100.
was infamously named by the late Sid Waddell on Phil Taylor. The stacker was invented, but it's not a real thing. You do know that, right? The stacker.
Don't tell Wilbur Owen that, will you?
Oh, my word. The stack attack. Robert Owen. But yeah, the stacker was
59.
was a weird way to announce Phil's way that his darts lay in the board.
Understackers, overstackers.
134.
I love the Geordie accent you brought on the board there as well.
Well, Carl's put in a decent leg of his own here against a throw to
57.
pile the pressure on
Oh,
Darius,
quite
who
84.
since that 14 darter has been slow up the traps in leg 6. This to take us all the way for only the second time today. Bullseye is
59.
not found,
Darius
but it wasn't too
require
far away. And
156.
Labanauskas scared this for the match in his previous game against Niels van Zanten, but he isn't going to win it in this game either with the same shot.
100. Carl, you require 25.
Steady for Darius, but 25 here will take us to a last leg decider. Needs to wait. He's missed a few already at the double, and the missing
21.
continues, and the gate is open for Darius.
Darius, you require 56.
13 missed darts to the double in this match for Carl Wilson. That's been his ultimate downfall in this contest. A contest which could be over. Labanauskas looking at tops. And Labanauskas gets tops and he moves to the top of the
Darius
table.
Labanauskas.
He's the first player to move on to 4 points in this embryonic Group A. He gets the better of Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 2. A game that Carl had in the palm of his hands when he was 2-0 up. He missed 13 darts to the double in the contest. And Darius sweeps in 4 from 7 on the outer ring. And that ends the second round's worth of fixtures. Labanauskas, a 4-2 winner against Carl Wilson. Coming up after the break, we see Neil Duff and Niels van Zanten go toe-to-toe. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where 2 rounds of matches have been completed on this Monday morning, and this is what we have seen thus far. Before the break, Labanauskas made it 2 wins from 2. The only player to have picked up 4 points so far in this Group A. Got the better of Carl Wilson by 4 legs to 2 for the break. He got a debut win against Bradley Brooks. In matter of fact, there's only one player who hasn't tasted victory yet, and it's Steve West losing 2 from 2. We'll see him against Carl Wilson in Game 9. Brooks Labanauskas in Match A, but we kick off round 3 with the meeting between Neil Duff and Niels van Zanten. Van Zanten, who got the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 1 in the previous match, looked in decent nick in that particular contest. As for Neil Duff, it's been a bit of a head-scratching day for him so far. He has got a win on the board, but he's been nowhere near his electrifying best. The former Lakeside champion who relinquished his double trouble crown on Saturday evening. But this is very much the title now that is in his full view. He's got a busy end to 2024. He's going to be playing at both the Match Play and the Masters in the World Seniors Majors. He's a man who's pretty much found his home in the game, Neil Duff, at this level.
First leg, it's Neil to throw first.
That is purely down to the Modus group itself, and just creating all of these opportunities with different partnerships, the Super Series,
60.
and just creating that senior tour, just to revitalize the players that are not probably nearing their career of the very top professionals, but still have that ability to play at the highest level. And we've seen that. I mean, the likes of Robert
39.
Thornton, John Henderson, Neil Duff, all of the other players. And then you have players coming back. And we've seen Phil Taylor, but Neil Duff, yeah, early on. And this is something that Neil Duff would have wanted to happen early on against Steve. And maybe just needed 3 games
60.
to kind of wake up. We've seen him just linger a bit on the outsides. I mean, even in the double trouble. Will we have back-to-back 180s? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Neil Duff, and he is awake. He's knocked off that hangover now, and certainly now with a back-to-back 180s. But like you were saying,
now you require
fantastic opportunity for all the players, and even for us to commentate on it.
Opportunities everywhere. Neil does actually been a player who's taking full advantage of everything there is available in the amateur game. He's actually gone deep in every single different organisation code, whatever you want to call it in the sport. He won the ADC Vault Series last year. He's a WDF World Champion.
40.
He's won at the Super Series, and he's involved in every seniors major event this year as he pins the tots for 13 data to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Simply, that was fantastic. Whilst we were blowing up Neil Duff's everything that he was doing, he basically just ran through that leg, averaged 115, 100% checkout. Welcome back, Neil Duff. This is the Duff who we know. And the big thing is he's changed his darts. That is why.
100.
Now, Owen Binks, the referee there, just having a conversation with Niels van Zanten about something. There was a moment, wasn't there, in that game against Steve West where Steve had a little glance over at his opponent as van Zanten fires in his first max of the match. These are the new darts that Neil Duff is using. He's been alternating over the last 3 weeks between this set and the set that we saw in the first couple of matches. Now, obviously, preferring the set that he's playing with now, and the numbers would dictate that that's probably for the best.
Yeah, and that's the Joe Cullen set as well, and it's a very good friend of mine, Joe Cullen, and he's been doing well for a number of years. So yeah, so just that, keep with those, Neil. Those are the ones, baby. Those are the ones.
55.
Him and Joe are both part of the same manufacturing stable, and I know, speaking to Neil, that his custom-made darts that he has with said manufacturer actually were designed based on the Joe Cullen set, and it was just a set that was customized for him.
140. Now we should require 60.
But yeah, definitely, Duffy is certainly in the groove. But Neil's here, trying to rock the ship, and needs a double tops now.
20.
Oh, and
Now we require 106.
this is a great test now for Duff, simply because he's found his range, he's found his rhythm there. Now he needs a treble 18.
98. Now we should require 40.
So, Tots of Van Zanten to level this game up at 1 apiece. An opportunity he probably didn't expect. And an opportunity he takes. How this game is 1-1, maybe we don't know, but level it is.
So that gets Neil to throw first. Game on.
Just great to see Neil Duff playing like he can again, and I think that could have been... And that's a big thing, though, changing equipment, finding the confidence, finding the belief in that equipment. People always say that, yeah, it's not the darts that actually make the play, it's the player. But with you throwing it different darts, different
41.
balance points, different feeling in your hand, how it lays and sits. As much as you want to kind of duplicate the set, like we've seen obviously
100.
MVG move from his previous manufacturer to the Winmau brand. He struggled a bit with, and they kind of virtually almost duplicated the same set, but he never felt comfortable. And that's basically what's happening. You
100.
need time. The same thing with Steve West. Even if it's a different set of the same dart, it needs to kind of have that feeling of almost worn in, tried and tested. When you look at it, these are my babies. And yeah, I think that as dart players, it's a strange one, but because darts are darts. But yeah.
Well, it was a similar situation in snooker, wasn't there, where Stephen Hendry had a cue which he
140.
won 7 world championships with. He saw it snapped on a plane to China and then was nowhere near the same player because that cue was just the cue that won him everything.
Actually, never knew that. That's a little, wow.
You learn every day when you're sat next to me, Devon.
Well,
60. Now we require 71.
I'll see you through the week, and I'll definitely give you a result on Wednesday. But we see Neil Duff here with a 2-dart finish, and this is the kind of performances we know Neil Duff has. Characteristic. This is what he does. Turns up, throws loads of tons, 140s, 180s, finishes bish bash bosh, makes no mince of the game. What we seen this morning, and I think that what's going to happen now is he's probably going to have to practice with those sets that was made with him, or maybe make a few tweaks. But yeah, I think that now the group has just kind of become a little bit more interesting.
140.
It's all about jostling for position ahead of moving day on Tuesday, when the land really does lie in the league table, and then Wednesday's just sprint towards the line in Group A. If it's the first time you joined us at the beginning of a brand new series, welcome along to you. The top placed player in this Group A will bag the first spot into Saturday's final. They'll win a bonus prize, which is double the prize money of the winner of Group B.
180.
Second and third place in that Group B, alongside 3 other players. 3 from 5 go through. 4th, 5th and 6th will join Group C, alongside 3 other players, where only 2 go through.
140.
Neil Duff on a phenomenal average of 130 now, 100% on the checkouts. It's certainly as if he went.
59.
It's like Superman went into the telephone booth, put on the Duff shirt, and is a new man.
However, he may not have a cloak of invincibility, because if Van Zanten took out the 1-2 wide, he would have been level.
122.
And this is how quick the game can change, though. Neil Duff averaged roughly around 66 first game, and now has a chance for a ton-plus checkout. Yeah, needs double 7, just readying himself. Yeah, 14, that's correct. Double 7, left side. Ooh.
150.
Maybe just lick the fingers too much there, I think. But
64.
It's how quick that the game can change. But Neil's here with 88.5 and finding an opportunity
Game
to get that
on the
64.
Niels van
So
Zanten.
if you look at the stats, Neil Duff should not be drawing this game.
Fifth leg is Neil to throw first.
But the big
Game
thing is how Niels is throwing on his throw, and that's the most important thing.
Well, if you break down the legs in this
60.
game, every single leg has been won in very good range. The worst leg of the match is a 16 darter. There's been a couple of 14s, 15 and 13 in this game. The legs that Neil does won, Niels has been nowhere near. Whereas the legs that Niels has won, Neil has been hot on his tail, which is why to a certain extent there's a little bit of a disparity in the averages. There's a possibility, by the way, here that Neil Duff could win with an average of 68.83 and lose with an average of 109 here.
It's the craziness of darts.
Oh, hang on.
$100.
Niels has really come to find his comfortability spot on that stage. Knows that he's one of those players where unknown, kind of looking at it. Now, with Neil Duff playing so well, I was looking at Labanauskas as running away with this Group A. But now, I mean, there's Carl, there's Neil.
140.
It's going to be a tasty week now that Neil's woken up. And if Steve wakes up, then it's really a cat amongst the pigeons.
44. Niels, you require 81.
Well, despite averaging just under 108, Niels van Zanten could well break the throw of Neil Duff and lead 3-2. He's going to get a dart at double 13 to do exactly that.
55.
But it's an opportunity he cannot take. But Duff needs to take out the 117 to put himself in front and to save his throw. Triple 19. Tops. And that would have been to have escaped from the mire.
Niels, you require
He could very much be in it if this double 13 goes. 13 darter. Van Zanten breaks. And despite Neil Duff playing his A+ game, it has not been up to scratch in comparison to the Dutchman, whose consistency is really coming up to the boil. Duff having a little bit of a look there at Niels. I don't think he's overly comfortable with this game.
I think in reality, for Neil Duff to be in this position right now, he would be questioning what must he do to win against Niels, because he's done everything. Throw the kitchen sink at him and Neil just stayed steady. He's missed 2 darts in 2 separate legs, which would have changed the complexity. We would have said Neil Duff played fantastically well and it would have been 4-2 and the game would have ended. But I feel like we still have a twist in the tail here, and I think that this game deserves a all the way 3-all final leg.
Devon predicts leg 7.
60.
But Van Zanten has the throw in this 6th leg, and he's managed to keep a hold of it after a dozen darts each. Well, he's played some good stuff on the stage this year. We mentioned those wins against Wesley Plazier on the NDB Masters Tour, which is the Dutch tour where a lot of games get played on stream. And he beat Plazier on stream. Maybe he saves his best stuff for on a stage, and maybe we are seeing this right now.
He's like a diamond. Shines under the lights.
60.
But he's very animated as well, and we've seen Neil Duff not be as animated. There is something there. It could be either talking on his hand or as he's walking through, or there's a slow movement or a clink of darts, because I've seen Neil Duff do the exact same that Steve West had. But just this time, Neil Duff's thrown a 180.
And suddenly, this leg takes a completely different complexion. So Van Zanten, who a few moments ago would have been
41.
favourite to see out this
Now he
match, may well
requires
be
61.
the outsider to win this contest, because Duff looking for the breaker throw, 61 in hand, his opponent on a ton plus out, and if he breaks, has the darts in the decider. It's going to be 1 in his hand, a double 4,
57.
and that was way off.
You require 120.
He's been allowed 1 dart at a double in each of the legs that Niels has won so far. The 120 will not
40.
go, so Duff
Now you
will come
require
back
4.
for the double 2. Shift it to the right. Ooh, this is tough.
Game shot on the
But
6th.
Duff is
Nailed
tough,
up.
baby. Gets the last dart in hand. Double 1. He needed that as well, because I
Seventh
feel
and
like the way in
final
which
leg is
Niels
to
was
throw
finishing,
first.
that 80
Game on.
could have seen and gone and changed the complexity. But as I predicted, we're going to a final leg.
It's a reason why you're here, Devon.
And we could get the 9 as well.
180.
You predicted that in all. 7 180s in this match. The record for a Super Series game is 9. Chris Gilliland
58.
against Luke Littler. Neil Duff with 5 of them. He can't match the record for an individual in the game in 7. And again, he steps back. Now, the referee Owen Binks having a conversation with Niels. Now, when he walked back to the oche, you could see as Neil stepped back, he put his hand to his mouth. So he's obviously saying something. But Neil Duff was looking to have the last word by pinning the 9. He's unable to do that, but he's put himself in a really good stead. And Neil's putting his hand up there in apology.
Stepping away from that, Neil Duff has averaged over the ton for the entire match. 5 180s,
60.
4 140s, and 9 tons. That is 18-ton plus thrown in this. And this is the kind of Neil Duff that we know. And I think
60.
that he played with those darts as well last week. And in the double trouble finals, I mean, if he played like this,
60.
who
You
knows? He could have potentially
136.
could have gone through, but both players played really well against him. But this is really, he'll be comfortable now. I don't think he changes again for a long time. I think he can hear me. I apologize. But yeah,
83.
I think that he stays with these darts for the rest of the year.
And I think that incident a few visits ago has really
121. Now he
got to
requires
Niels a little
53.
bit as Duff comes back for 53 to take out this match. Tots is what he wants. Double 10
43.
does not go, but Van Zanten is not on the scene to pounce.
$87. Now
Bit
he
more
requires
pace
10.
for Van Zanten, but
No
Neil
score.
Duff looking to get the win on double 5, and he strays it
Neil
wide
should
into the
require
double top.
115.
And this would be a real steal, because Van Zanten has been nowhere to be seen in this final leg. Surprised himself that he's got this opportunity. But he's not going to get a dart for the match, and Neil
59.
Duff looking to finally
Neil
bring the
require
hammer
10.
down on this contest. 2 5s to get his second win on the board. It's been a superb performance. But he may not cap
No
it off
score.
with a win, because Van
Neil should
Zanten will
require
return.
56.
He's going to get match darts. Double 18 for the match. And double 18 is
shot
found.
and the match.
Niels Van Zanten
Niels
gets
Van
the better of
Zanten.
Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. The Duff man, as you can see, not happy at all. Van Zanten getting over the line. There was a few bones of conjecture in the middle of that match, but it is Van Zanten who crosses the finishing line. It was a really good performance from Neil Duff in terms of the scoring, average of 96, 5 maximums in there, but 12 missed darts at a double, including a handful in the deciding leg to win the match. Van Zanten wins 4-3. Coming up after the break, Bradley Brooks up against Darius Labanauskas.
a start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Siding leg on 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B. Group B contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final,
Because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
trying to get their hands
At £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin.
Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Gage
Absolutely
on the first leg.
outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. The question is, who's going to be hitting the targets in this Group A? Before the break, it was Niels van Zanten who got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. That was despite having an average 11 points inferior to that of the Duff man. But the former Lakeside champion missing 12 darts to the double in that match. Van Zanten 4 from 6 on the outer ring. And he moves on to 4 points in the group. And if you look at the table, the bottom 2, Neil Duff and Steve West. Not many would have said that at the start of the day. The middle match of the day sees Bradley Brooks and Darius Labanauskas go toe-to-toe. Again, you have to say, Devon, for this level, for the Super Series, this is pretty much a heavyweight encounter.
81.
100%. And I think that with Darius showing previous performances of just set structure, just sticking to your guns, everybody knows that he's probably the man to beat in that players' room. Bradley, on the other hand, a really tough competitor as well, and won't roll over, but does have
42.
a few wayward darts, which Darius would probably relish when seen. If you look at the table again, all 3 ADC qualifiers at the top, and like you said, nobody would have said that in the beginning.
Well, these two have met 3 times over the course of the last 12 months. 2 of these meetings are actually here at the Super Series, and Darius won each and every single one of them. There was a Pro Tour meeting at the end of last year, which was won by Labanauskas by 6 legs to 3. And this pair met in Champions Week in Series 7. They both played in the Group B, and Labanauskas ran off a 4-2 winner on both occasions.
140.
That's just all down to his just that statuesque though. But I'm going to throw a curveball here. I think that
60.
if Bradley Brooks gets his scoring on, I think that that result changes today.
He's showing signs, actually, in those wins
140.
for Darius. They were typically Darius numbers, averages of 87.5, 88.29 and 90.91 to win those particular contests. But it's Brooks who's got the better of the opening of the two and has a decision to make, split or hit.
Go straight forward, so he's going to need a 3 now. Now 2 8s. Finds it. That will give him some confidence. Really, really strong.
Second leg, it's Darius to
hold
throw
of
first.
throw there. Darius on a ton. Out of the blocks as quickly as he would want. But I think that Bradley Brooks, the way he's played so far over the 2 games and just the intro of this one, I feel as though Bradley Brooks will be fancying his chances at the end of this week.
For players like Bradley and Neil, who are in their second and third week respectively are playing here, is winning Group A of an utmost importance to give themselves the best possible rest time ahead of Saturday's final, give them the best chance of winning the week.
125.
I'm not sure that rest time does benefit you simply because the players are figuring out and making sure that everything else is kind of sorted out. So I think that playing the entire week is great. It's tiresome, but I mean, if you're gonna really capitalize on making sure that your game is ready for when it comes on Saturday, I would suggest the full 5 days. But I mean, nobody's coming in not to win Group A, because when you win Group A, it's a comfortable position to be in, and like you say, you get a few days off, and what you do in that days off is the most important thing.
It's finding that routine, isn't it? Particularly with both of these players, they win Group A. I'm sure Darius isn't going back to Lithuania, and I find it very unlikely that Bradley would probably make the trip back to Blackburn. They're both living in parts of the world where they probably will stay in around the vicinity for a few days.
$93.
Great darts there from Bradley, and just finding that last treble. And how important that last treble is, just to put Darius's 120 under some pressure. That's a perfect dart, just to slide straight in. Doesn't capitalize, and the break is on for Bradley now.
60. Bradley require 140.
The break is on, and the chase is on to Labanauskas at the top of the group. Treble 18. Would have left him a dart at top that he wouldn't have liked because of the lie of dart 1.
Darius requires 60.
Great observation there, Henry. But now, the 60. And he'd have to shift to the left. Oh, he does not. He follows it. Loves double 10, though.
40.
Does
Bradley
not get
60.
it. Bradley now, does he go treble 12? He does, and he gets it. That is crazy. But double 12 coming in now. And that is fantastic.
Second leg. Bradley Brooks.
That is the craziest 60 you'll ever see in your entire life.
Bradley to throw first.
Bradley does what Bradley does. That's why he's a world youth champion. He's confident. He's competent. He's just Bradley Brooks.
I think there's something to be said, whether people like or don't like how players go
60.
for things. You have to say, at least with Bradley, whatever he does, there's courage in the convictions.
Correct. 100% that. And I think that is so obscure, though. It would... You get more people
41.
saying no to the entire thought or the logic around it than saying, yes, that's a great kind of way of looking at it. But I think that as you as the player, as long as you are convinced and you can execute on that, but you must have the belief that you can. And not go at one point you'll go treble 12, and then the next time it happens, because of the situation in the game, you're going to go 20.
100.
Do you know what I mean? If you stay consistent, then no gremlins will come in.
Billy Moreno Blom, who'll go 14 first start on a 1-2-4 every single time he goes for it.
There's some calculations in this world. I mean, my dad, George Peterson, he taught me just stay percentage, just do what you're supposed to do. Don't step out of the box, and it's helped me over the years. And you come along, and these these new players, these young players coming along, they have their own way.
I spent an evening in Connor Scott's company a few weeks ago, and my mind got completely bamboozled because he was telling me about
60.
how many different ways different shots can be taken out, and the mind just goes to absolute mush.
Yeah, it's especially when you I think when you're a structured player, it's very tough to kind of change to that because you know that 124 is a certain way. Like even a simple 104 that Wayne Mardle says where you have to go treble 16. Not a lot of people do that. It's sensible, yes, that whole entire area. But I mean, that shot, you definitely going 54, and that's what it is. So it depends on the generation you brought up in and how you've been coached and all of those things. So it's fantastic. But yeah, we see a big fish from Bradley. Oh, it's not in.
Luckily for us, there's only one way you can go for it.
42. Darius
No, Bradley, he'd probably find another way.
This for the break and to return the game to throw. Tots for Darius. No, he decided to persevere with the treble 20. Maybe again, because his darts kick up, the viewer tots probably isn't great.
This would be a bone crusher, but it's not going to be. And Darius
88. Darius require
great 88
40.
though, great pressure. Darius will have to find that first
on
start
the third leg. Darius Labanauskas.
Perfect shot on the double tops. He's phenomenal,
Full
just straight down. Darius is one of those players, does things to the book, and he's the perfect model.
$100.
As we see Bradley Brooks there coming with a strong 180. The 9 is on. The 9 is on.
You're going to say this all day until it's hit, aren't you?
100%. I called the last one before this to go to the last leg decider.
84.
He's not going to go any further than 3 in this leg. Bradley Brooks.
42.
Who again, up until that visit, was averaging 83. We know where his basis is. But he is questioning himself profusely in the background. He is not comfortable up there one bit.
131.
It's crazy that you say about the base, right? Because as players, we don't think about that as a base. We always think of it as, that's not a great game. But if that's your game, it's your game. Like, that's basically a 17.7 kind of average data. When you look at that, that's not bad because it means that there's 1 or 2 dots because if you change those 2 dots, it becomes a 15.7, which gets you closer to the 96 average. So, yeah, in relation, I mean, he's doing exactly what Bradley does, and you're kind of more upset when he's not doing it. And he knows a 170, 71, but will Darius make that a null and void?
Well, the last time someone hit a 171 and didn't get a go at a double 4, it was in the final of the Champions Week, and it was from a fellow Scandinavian player against a hot young Englishman. And it was done on the bull.
61. Bradley, you require.
But unlike Cam Crabtree, Bradley Brooks gets a go at double 4.
This has got to go.
He
gets it on the last start, and he
Bradley Brooks
not celebrates, but more frustration. And just noting there that Bradley Brooks threw a 180 and a 171 in that game, so that's 351. And Darius still had a shot. It shows you just the class of the man.
Brooks looks like he's festering, isn't he? He's playing okay, but he's embroiling himself, isn't he?
93.
Darius doing what Darius does. 10-ton pluses. No 140s, no 180s. Just does what Darius does.
97.
Vorsprung tungsten technique.
59.
I do want to get your take on stats because you're very much still a current player, so you can give us a really good guide to this because it's a more stats-based game now than it ever has been.
100.
When you go around and you sit on tables at tour events, are numbers crunched more than they ever have been before? And sometimes are they perhaps crunched too
60.
much?
I think generally players look at the base numbers. So we're not counting at the 180s. There's no, I'm throwing this and I'm doing this in my first 9. There are players like that, analytical, but they're very few in the room. The big
40.
thing is what you're doing on the big shots and also how many turns. So it generally breaks down to, I'm going to the board, I need to finish in 5 turns. If I go 6, then you're going to average between basically 96 and 82. But if you're keeping it within that space, that's kind of where they are at. We more focus on those bigger legs, though. It's you'd hear more players talk about it was 3-all and I checked in a 14 darter on his throw and then I held and then I finished. Those are the things that we talk about on. But like you say, I mean, when you're laying at home and just looking back, you just go, okay, cool, I done this really good, I done that really good, and you just focus on it. And we focus on Bradley here as well. 54, Laban needs to make a big one here, or Bradley will go unpressured.
165.
There's always pressure
Bradley
applied when
54.
Darius is on the scene. But it could be deflated, Darius, if Bradley could pin tops. Double 10.
44.
That's too much darts that have come and gone.
Darius require
Now, but
40.
Labanauskas looking at tops to continue this contest.
Darius on his favourite tops. This is a Darius moment. To save his skin, stay in the match.
20.
He does not do it.
Bradley require
I don't think
10.
anybody expected a miss there. Bradley Brooks will be thankful for the miss. But can he fire double 5? To fire home his second victory of the morning. He doesn't feel like he's playing at his best, but he's getting wins nonetheless. Bradley Brooks moves back to the top of the group, moves top of the pile because of the margin of win there against Darius Labanauskas. They're level on points, level on legs difference, level on legs 1. It's that head-to-head, the reason why Bradley Brooks is top of the group. And this is how he won that game by 4 legs to 1, averaging 81.26, 40% in terms of the doubles. Bam Bam is the main man at the top of the group. Coming up after the break, Steve West up against Carl Wilson. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So we're about to complete round 3 on this Monday morning, the first morning of Series 9 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, we saw Bradley Brooks get the better of Darius Labanauskas by 4 legs to 1. And now we see Steve West in search of his first win of the morning session. I don't think many people would have been saying that going into Game 3 of his session. He takes on Carl Wilson, who's been mightily impressive on debut so far this morning. He beat Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 1 before then succumbing to Darius Labanauskas, despite having a 2-leg lead in the contest. Steve West himself has relinquished a 2-leg lead already this morning, losing out to Neil Duff 4-3 from that particular position. But maybe a little bit like Neil Duff a couple of games ago. Okay, he lost to Niels van Zanten. We maybe are waiting Steve West to wake up as Carl Wilson kicks off with his trademark maximum to begin a game.
We said this before. Carl Wilson's strength is just that he creates the gap early on. So whether you're going first on your throw, he's going to catch up. And whether when he goes first, the 9 would have been on.
120.
He creates that you can tell there's a little wry smile there because he thought that the 9 was going to go. Steve West was just thinking, what do I have to do to get a win? And the tough thing in playing in Group A, though, the first day is one of the most important,
85.
even though it's kind of where you start kind of separating slightly. And it's that last day. The middle day is important. Because that kind of cements it if you are at the top. But,
160.
I mean, the way this group looks, I think that we're going to have that top of the pile, the number 1, being swapped over a few times.
76.
Well, Wilson leads himself on tops after 12 against the throw. It's a sluggish start here for Steve West, who
95. Carl, you require 40.
I know for a fact he's going to be severely annoyed with the way he's been playing this morning. Double 16 does not go, but this could well be the spark for Steve if he can find this 1-2-2. Triple 18 would have given him a dart at the bullseye. He would have fancied that dart at the bullseye as well.
Require 32. Game shot in the first leg. Carl Wilson.
Carl Wilson missed a few doubles in the leg before this, and his doubling percentage is not as strong as his scoring prowess. And I think that's the slight little off balance. But he scores so well that he gives himself opportunities. The thing is when another player scores with him,
100.
he's going to need to sharpen up his finishing a bit more, and he could be a tough customer. I think that's on observation so far. We see that he's consistent in his scoring.
60.
Stay steady. It's only the finishing. So we're all getting to learn a lot more about Carl and just how he plays the game. This is pretty much what he does.
121.
Is it also fair to say that maybe when he plays more local stuff, he'll get away with opportunities that he's missed, whereas at this level, he will be punished more?
100%. And he said it himself. He says in his area, he's really just the very top of the pile there. And sometimes that comes with the comfortability because you're not only the top of the pile, but when you're playing against local players, it's always they kind of already fearful of you before they even play. So you're playing against players that are giving you opportunities whilst you're creating it anyways. So his scoring potential's never going to change. I think that's the one thing. I think just the efficiency on the finishing is. But other than that, he ticks all the boxes. Absolute solid player. I think that this week could be a career-changing week.
60. Carl, you require 80.
Miss for a 2-0 lead, looking at 80. And the way he starts it down. Well, I was going to say a dart at tops would be nice for him, but because he's hit the tops with dart 2, he had to go for double 10, couldn't find it. And this would hurt.
Perfect first.
120.
He knew the last dart was going to go. 10. Carl now, under some pressure, needs a double 5. Can't be messing around. Has to burn. Ooh, needs double one now.
No
and this is
score.
exactly
They
what we
require
said is
40.
as soon as he finds somebody on his tail,
Shot on the
they
second
will
leg.
punish.
Steve
Steve West is now finding a better groove
The
against
leg at Steve to throw
the
first.
strong power
Game on.
scoring of Carl. It's given him enough opportunities. It's just not he's taking it.
A leg gift wrap to Steve West to level the game up
121.
at 1 apiece. Carl Wilson missing 6 starts of the double in this contest so far.
140.
Carl's not one of the first players, but I've never seen a player be as accurate throwing
60.
only with 2 fingers. If you look at his grip right now, you'll see that he's only holding, it's a 2-finger grip, which is remarkable.
There's a lot
96.
altogether that's off balance, because actually if you look at his back leg, his left leg, that's kind of flinging up off the air and not really on the floor either. There's so much going on with this action.
100.
Yeah, he leans to the side. It's beautiful to watch. It's like a symphony.
95.
Didn't have you down as an opera man.
Well, the thing is I am a bit of a phantom, if you know what I mean.
78. Cole, you require 170.
Big fish. Calls the man to get it. I can see that he wants it. And he gets a big 5. Cannot believe that. That was on the shot there, on the cards.
You require
for Carl.
142.
But Steve West is now in a position to change things up. And you know Carl's going to need a big one here. And Steve West
86.
has set
Cole,
it
you
up
require
beautifully.
126.
Choice of shots which may have to go. Cannot find the treble 19, which would have given him a dart at the
58.
bullseye.
Steve
And so
require
West will
56.
return for 56 to lead 2-1. He's going to get 2 darts in his hand at tops. Now double 10. He
46.
cannot convert.
Carl, you
He's
require
being
68.
given opportunities now, but West unable to take them. And so Wilson is going to get 2 in his hand at double 4. He
Game
only needs
shot
the
on the
one
third leg.
to break the
Carl
throw.
Wilson. Fourth leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
Phenomenal steal there. Steve West stole the his first one, and Carl just stole it back. And there we set off again. It's Carl-esque. It's 180
180.
again at the start of the leg. And I feel like that is his biggest advantage. That is what is causing all the pressure.
100.
And because of the way he throws as well, it's just always going to lie. It's nice, flat, stacked. When the first one goes in, and his drop
132.
is superb as well. Can only give him so much plaudits. Fantastic. What a player.
Well, let's have a look
85.
at this throw in a little bit more detail, Devon. We're going to have a look at it here, and in particular, what the hand is doing.
It's a very 2-fingered, and he's using the
93.
index and the thumb to propel the dart, which is like readying to throw. Almost if you thought of a gun and you have that trigger that's going to launch. And that's a difficult thing to do, as we see Steve West there
180.
throw 180. But it's a very
196.
difficult thing to do because that can go very wrong very quickly. But he's controlling it so beautifully. And just with everything, like we said, he has a back
56.
a leg that swings in,
136.
a body that moves continuously, but just dominating so well. And this is the uniqueness of the sport. Not everybody has the same throw, but literally so effective.
62.
It's got to
Carl,
be
you require
what
40.
works for you. As Wilson leaves tops after 12 again. Double 10 for 3-1 lead. Fires
on the
home a
fullback.
14 darter.
Carl
He's
Wilson.
3-1 to the good. And Carl Wilson's in cruise control in this contest.
Fifth leg,
Steve
it's
West was
Steve
given
to
a
throw first.
couple of openings in leg 3. He was unable to take them. And now he finds himself on the back foot. And he could find himself pointless after 3
83.
matches.
Again, Carl's back in there, and it's
140.
It's as if that's his go-to. He's solid on that. And now, if I was Carl on his debut, looking at his games, which he'll probably do later on today, just know that if you stay steady on the opening throw, just do what you do, and that's for any young player watching as well. Everybody's always obviously glitz and glam. You got the Labanauskas strategy. You literally have a coaching masterclass in this Group A.
98.
Also, the odds compilers was 2-1 to win this particular match. This would be a bit of an upset win if Wilson was able to get over the line, and he's got to finish to do exactly that. 164, and it may have to go because West has left himself with a 2-darter.
He's going to have to leave it, but how good will he leave it?
81. Steve, you require 80.
Westy needs this. Goes tops. Is that a bit of a joke?
40. Cole, you require
no laughing
83.
matter. Wilson back for 83 to close the match out. 2 in his hand, a double 16 for another 14 darters. Back-to-back 14 darters for Carl Wilson to cross the finishing line. He gets the better of Steve West by 4 legs to 1, who finds himself sunk to the bottom of the group. That a superb performance there, as you can see on your screen, an average of 93.5, 4 from 11 on the doubles. It was improved from Steve West compared to matches 1 and 2, but it's the same result for the 5-time weekly winner. So we're through 3 rounds worth of play. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we're going to watch Niels van Zanten back in action as he takes on Bradley Brooks.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49, 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12. Has it?
And the match.
It's Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
But Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blend, you know, my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes.
Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 3 rounds worth of action on this Monday morning. And it's a Monday morning which sees 4 players tied at the top of the table on 4 points. Carl Wilson, Bradley Brooks, Darius Labanauskas and Niels van Zanten, both with 2 wins from 3. Neil Duff won his first match against Steve West. Ironically, it was the worst performance of his day. He won that one and has lost the subsequent 2, while Steve West is languishing at the bottom of the pile, still awaiting that first win of the morning session. And so into round 4 we go. Game 10 of the day sees Neil van Zanten in action up against Bradley Brooks. Bradley, who we just know roughly where he's playing today, is that low 80s range. The doubling is okay up against Niels van Zanten, who, after a slow start against Darius Labanauskas, is really beginning to grow with the task. And actually, if you break down both players' numbers, in terms of average, there's not really too, maybe a couple of points to separate them. But there's a major difference in terms of the finishing, where in his last couple of games, Niels van Zanten has been 4 from 6 on the outer ring.
Yeah, and that's definitely the reason why he beat Neil Duff as well, is that execution. Neil Duff opened the door every single time, had shots in every leg, is almost done.
Game on.
We do know that Bradley Brooks, like you said, 83 range, so throwing in a 6-channel. But it's the scoring prowess, yeah. But I think that Bradley Brooks quickly changes that 83 average to a slightly higher 92 if he stops the kind of the wayward 81s and starting off, as a strong 180. And the 9 is on, Henry. The 9 is on.
Should mention that the winner of this game will go top of the table because we have 4 players on 4 points.
180.
Back-to-back 180s. Yes. The 9 is off, but solid start here from Bradley. As well as Niels, though. Onyx Rowe can still be in ahead, even though Bradley has only missed 1 treble with 6 darts. But it's those kind of almost door openers.
I feel like for Brad,
40.
He needs a big performance in one of his last 2 games just to make himself feel a little bit better. Not to go full Roy Keane in terms of having to bump into somebody and make him feel better. But I just feel like he needs a big performance, just let out a bit of steam. And I think he'll feel better for it. He's not played bad, but I think he feels there is another level in there waiting to be unlocked.
60.
We've all seen that level as well on the Pro Tour. I mean, the last 6 months, it was probably a little too late, but that last 6 months, he was solid. And yeah, strategically, just going 25, 16, 41, leaves double tops now. And that closes out a 12-dart leg, and you were saying that Bradley needs something to feel good about. If the 12-dart darts, it doesn't do it for him, then nothing will. That was fantastic. That was 180, 140, setting up and then just really just doing nothing wrong in that leg.
100.
This could be the leg where Bradley starts to throw the high averages, 95, 96, because as we said, as the day goes on, the players will get better.
And I think Bradley's one of those players that once he finds that next level, I don't think he deviates straight back down straight away. I think if he pushes his average up about 5-6 points, he will stay at that level 5-6 points higher.
60.
100%. It's just basically cleaning up the shots, converting the 81s to tons or 140s, making sure that the first dart's in the treble. These are simple things you can put in your game and focus on. And once you correct them, I mean, the splits as well, dropping to the 17s 46. Instead of the 19s, that also removes a dart. So, yeah, strategically, Bradley just wants to stay straight and stay straight in the treble every single time. As we see another maximum, Bradley flying now at a 120 average. We know we're only in the first leg, but it's averages we like to see. Niels on the 89. Bradley with 2 maximums so far in 2 legs. It's a great start for Bradley, though, and exactly like you said.
Doesn't have to go for it, but if he did and he hit, it would have been for back-to-back 12-dart legs. And the possibility of Daryl Pilgrim's 122.69 record average here could have been under severe question, but nonetheless, this has been superb.
Something's happened there. I think he needed Neil's throw just buffered a bit and his arm didn't work. But now, 2 dart. Easy now, Bradley. Easy. Bam Bam just bamming Niels van Zanten.
Niels to throw first.
So far, 115, 100% on the checkouts, 2 180s. Bradley's in that zone. It's that, not euphoric, but those spots where players get into those purple patches where everything just goes right.
It feels like Bradley's channeling his emotions very well. There was times, wasn't there, in that game against Darius? I know he won it 4-1, but there was times where that emotion was just beginning to creep over a little bit. He was getting a bit forlorn on the stage, but it feels like here, I don't know what he's done in the intervening time, but he looks way more channeled. I wouldn't say focused because he was focused anyway, but way more honed in on the task now. And I think that's why we're seeing such a improved level. Average of 112.69 right now.
I can tell you what happened. He beat Darius. He is now the big dog in the room. He knows that. So that confidence level before all players look out for who's the big dog in the room, who's playing really well, who's consistent. Once you beat the big dog in the room, you automatically become the big dog in the room. And now Bradley feels that, and that confidence is shining through.
81.
And I think that the kind of player that Bradley is, maybe a bit unsettled early morning, because obviously seeing players getting that that Carl Wilson baptism of fire, not knowing, so kind of, but in a predicament where he doesn't know exactly how his day is going to go. Now he knows that he's playing well, and that was just shown when he played against Darius, and now he's just converting it in this match.
Well, Van Zanten stuck with the task. He's left himself first to a finish in this third leg. But under how much pressure is going to be under? It's going to be under some.
He should require 121.
However, the difference between 120 and 121 may only be a point, but in terms of the actual finish is huge, because Van Zanten was facing a dart at the bullseye where Brooks is hoping to be looking at a dart at tops with 1 treble.
Need to just slide off on that dart now. When it's a perfect double tops.
100.
Oh, he says that. It was a slight little flick, but again, Niels on an 82 average and Bradley Brooks on a 108. And the disparity there in the average points is massive. But Niels finding a way to win.
48.
Not yet. So Bradley will come to a favored double 10 and lead this match 3-0.
It's got shades of that match between Van Zanten and Duff, but the difference is Brooks has taken his advantage to go 3-0 up. He's taken his opportunity, averaging 107.36 in old money, the equivalent of 14 darts per leg. And Brooks won away with the darts to seal a 3rd consecutive win to move on to 6 points in the group.
121.
For a player playing so well, he's still very frustrated, and like you said, I mean, he's just going to need to understand that not every dart's going to go perfectly into the board. But you also said, his expectation of what he can achieve is probably what is frustrating him even more. But so far, I mean, this is the game. This is the standout game for Bradley, and this could be the turnaround.
140.
In the room there, they'll be looking at Bradley now as the young gun and really a player 2-bit.
97.
This could be the highest average of the series so far. I say in jest because it's day 1. But nonetheless, this has been a special performance from a special player, somebody who harbours real ambition to get back on the tour over the coming months at Q School in January, and he's putting in a performance befitting of that kind of status. And he has 6 darts here from 140 to cross the finishing line. And if he gets it in 2, he will have an average in excess of 107.
Great last throw from Niels, but all
140,
over
Bradley
to
required 40.
Bradley.
Tops. Double 10. Does not like that dart. He will not like that double 5, and he won't like the predicament that he could be in a couple of moments' time.
Niels here to steal it on a 104. Does not find the treble, so Bradley Brooks comes back with a 5.
5.
Double 2. Has to shuffle across, but can he clip it off that barrel?
3.
Overcompensated, over-adjusted.
67.
He's killed the average, but he won't care about that right now.
Double 16 for the steal.
35.
No steal on the cards, and Bradley Brooks steps up for the double 1.
2.
Perhaps ironic that the Madhouse could put the seal on what has been a otherwise immaculate display from the Blackburn boy.
No score. Niels, you require 32.
On the back of his shirt, Bradley Brooks has a sign that says Arte et Labor, which is the slogan of Blackburn Rovers. Well, he's labouring towards the finishing line here, and he's going to have to work a bit harder for the win because Van Zanten has broken and brought it back to 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Shake of the head there. Should have been a shake of the hand, and enjoying a bit of ice cold water behind the stage.
35.
But now Bradley Brooks has to bat it out. And how much has that game thrown him off? I mean, if you look at that, up and until that point of the finish, set it up beautifully, had tops in hand, the average was great, the percentage checkout. Now he'll walk away from this game thinking
59.
He'll only be focusing on that poor leg that he lost. But he played phenomenally well in the other 3, leading up to that. So this game is such a tough one, though. Even when you're playing well, you still think you're playing poorly.
And it goes exactly back to that point where you feel like Bradley Brooks needed a game where everything goes right. Pretty much everything has, apart from that one leg. But you have to give credit where credit's due because he's responded very well. He's got Niels on the canvas again, but this time looking to land the knockout punch.
85.
He's going about it nicely.
Niels now just wants to make sure that he's not left too far behind. A 140 will give him 167 out.
83. Bradley required 136.
That's been the makeup of his game at this moment in time. Bradley Brooks now just needs to set it up. 96 leaves him on tops. He's missed it before this. But the second time of asking, will he get it?
Again, leaving a double after 12. Average of 98.5. It's been a superb performance from Bradley Brooks.
40.
Can he finally cross the finishing line? This was the breakdown where it broke down in the previous leg. And this time, he decides to burst the score.
Strategically, because he thinks that Niels won't get it. And he was correct, simply because of the percentage.
58. Bradley
double tops 40. Coming in.
Getting closer.
No score.
As close as you can get without crossing the finishing line, both literally and metaphorically.
Previously, Niels had 104 and Bradley had tops. Now he has 106. But the first dart lands beautifully. 40 now. Double 16.
90.
Inside.
Bradley required 40.
Another match-winning opportunity. Another match dart at double 10. And this time he gets over the line. The first 3 legs were splendid. And then the last two were a little bit more hard work for Bradley Brooks. He seals the third win in succession. He beats Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. 16 missed darts at a double in that game for Bradley. He will not want to look back over those stats. He'll be happy enough with the average, he'll be happy enough with the scoring, and he'll be happy enough with his position in the table, because that win temporarily puts him to the top of the pile. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Carl Wilson up against Neil Duff. Carl could join Bradley on 6, Duff could join the posse on 4. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Bradley Brooks get the better of Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 1. Bradley charging out the blocks. Legs of 12 and 14 to move 2-0 to the good. Started a little bit towards the finishing line, but an impressive performance against the Dutchman, and it is Bam Bam that moves to the top of the pile. Neil Duff is looking to join the group of players on 4 points, and if he gets the better of Carl Wilson, in behind Brooks will have a tight battle for second place. However, if Wilson can pick up the spoils in this one, then he'll move on to 6 points, and if he can win this game by a couple of legs or more, then he will jump Bradley Brooks to the ascendancy as far as the league table is concerned. Still early days, but the table beginning to form.
First leg, it's Cole to throw first.
On what has been
Game on.
an impressive debut day so far for Carl Wilson. Could it continue here?
Certainly so, and back in the treble. Cole doing Cole things, and it's another maximum. Neil Duff, we know that with a change of the darts, he's more Neil Duff than Neil Duff was this morning.
100.
So I think this could be a tasty tussle, really. Both players struggling on doubles, but both players finding their power scoring. So it's whoever who settles
57.
early on the doubles. The scoring is already there. So this is going to be a great encounter.
Well, Carl Wilson likes to kickstart games quickly. That's the third time in 4
60.
matches this morning that he is kicked off with a 180. some way to send a signal out to your opponent. However, since then, visits of 57 and 45 have opened up the door for the Duff man if he could have piled in a couple of big trebles.
92.
I feel as though Carl's game plan generally relies on his first 12, leaving him on a double. And another 180. Two 180s, one leg. 39 left after 12. So he's going to be in that 14, 15 dot range.
43. Carl, you require 39.
Duff now nowhere close. This has been an area of the board that he hasn't been strong on.
The first leg. Carl Wilson.
Great conversion there. He could have just practiced a bit on the finishing.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Neil will know that he's in a challenging position. Played really well against Niels van Zanten, but never got over the line. And Carl again now, ticking the box and doing Carl things. 2 treble visit again. And as a player, that will pile on the pressure every time.
Yeah, Neil Duff lost that game despite having a average 11 points better than his opponent. Hitting 5 180s in that game, but it was those 12 missed darts at double, particularly towards the finishing line. He should have got the game wrapped up,
35.
but was unable to do so, and he finds himself here, Neil Duff, in a world of trouble.
85.
Carl Wilson bringing the game, literally going, I'm the debutant. Yes, that's fine. It's not the first time I'm picking up darts, though, am I? And he's really bringing it to every single game. Back in that space there of 9, 12 darts, setting up on a finish. So this could easily and quickly now.
Carl, you require 105.
This could even go. This could still go. 45 is needed. Double tops.
85.
Ooh. But enough time. As Neil Duff is on the dance floor, but just can't hear the music at the moment. Carl Wilson, double 10 incoming for the 2-0 lead.
20.
Could this be a 13 darter?
Could clip that over the barrel, but overcompensated. Double 5.
10.
And those misses are becoming apparent again, and Duff can step in to level up.
Duff will want to see this go in double tops.
Game.
He'll be happy about that.
Nailed it.
Carl Wilson there again giving just his Achilles heel in his game is that finishing. And I think that what I've noticed is his speed slightly up when he gets to the doubling. He's quite composed when he goes for the scoring, but speeds up. And that speed
100.
with all of the symphony that he has going on with his game or his technique, I don't think it kind of gives him any advantage.
And can that partly be down to in a person's mind when you're going for doubling? The thought process, the thinking pattern could be completely different to when you're at this stage of a leg.
81.
100%. And there's two parts of a leg. The one is the scoring side and the one is the finishing side. And it can't be approached the same. Some players take a step back and some players take a deep breath. Some players follow on. But you'll see that when you do that step back, it's a different approach. And it gives you a bit more of a split second just to refocus.
100.
But, I mean, we'll see Carl steadily just clean that treble bed. But when it comes to the outer ring, he's hit and miss.
Well, it's a bit like in cricket. It's all right if you bat well, but if your fielding's rubbish, then you're not going to win a match, are you?
Correct, sir. Correct. Same like golf. You can drive a ball for miles, but if you can't chip and putt, you're not going to go out on a low score.
161.
Duff unable to take out the 161. Wilson should get one more dart here at tops to
42.
re-establish his lead at 2-1.
He's got time now. He's got to take his time. Takes his time and gets it. Slightly a bit less pace there. I can't wait to see when he has 3 darts in and how he approaches it.
Game on.
That's a great just the way in which he's playing it right now. He could have easily been 3-0 up.
41.
He's doubling percentage on 25, but averaging close to 100. Neil Duff on 81.
55.
There could be such an interesting dynamic in this group because you've got the likes of Van Zanten and Wilson picking points up against the likes of
76.
Duff and West, and you'd imagine tomorrow that them two are going to have a bit of a counter-attack. In fact, that Steve West could still cause carnage in this group because his last 2 games is against Darius and Bradley Brooks, and you would sense at least one of those games Steve may just get himself going, and you wouldn't rule him out winning both of those matches because at any moment he could turn his fortunes around. The rest of the day could be very interesting, and the group table overnight could be set fair for tomorrow.
I feel like that number 1 spot, I mean, we've seen it change a few times already. Bradley now leading it after beating Niels Van Zanten. But Carl Wilson sitting
55.
pretty there in that space. It's phenomenal that him coming in, him starting off like a house on fire, and us talking about how long he can consistently perform like that, not knowing that he is actually a scoring beast.
59.
Scoring beast needs to get his finishing boots on. 2 8s. Can he clear it alongside?
60.
Not on this occasion.
He'll require 170.
This would be a showstopper moment from Neil Duff. It's not up to the task, and Carl Wilson now 3 in hand and will certainly need to take his time on the double 8 and not fluff his lines.
58.
Because this would certainly be a break of throw and a advantage to Carl. There, he took his time and it goes in.
Carl Wilson.
And he's a nice smile there as he's living the dream on that stage, on the Modus stage, and being an ADC qualifier, how emotional it was for him for qualifying here, because you know that the hard work is put in, and then turning up and performing like a veteran.
44.
And there must be no better feeling than working hard for a moment like this, like Carl Wilson would have, and then when you get that opportunity, you show your worth.
That is beautiful. Yeah, it's exactly that. It's literally polishing a diamond and then just showcasing it in the lights. Carl now just needs to steady it up, line it, keep it steady. Because the one thing that we haven't seen is where, when there's a breakdown, because it might not even possess it in his game, but when there's a breakdown, mental breakdown, where he's not hitting the trebles as consistently, as we see Neil Duff now throw a max and fight his way back into this match. But you know, he's not hitting trebles. What's that like? Because sometimes you'll go 3 or 4 throws without hitting a treble and then having to kind of readjust and just get your head right. So there's a lot we don't know about Carl, but what we've seen so far, phenomenal.
However, he could well be broken in a few moments' time because Duff has left himself on a 2-darter after 9.
98. Neil, we require 90.
Kind of been an unspoken about character in this game.
$54.
And I think playing the 3 weeks here, Neil would have been targeting at least one of those weeks where he'd won. At least one. Oh, this leg could have changed. That 171 means both players on double 18. It's Duff with first poke to save the match. 14 darter back to 3-2. Carl Wilson would have been licking his lips over an opportunity to win the match. Who's Carl Watson?
Please DM Henry Carl Watson. He's looking for you. As we see Neil Duff now turning on the 1OT showcase, and we know that this is Carl's forte as well. Can he go 2 trebles? Yeah.
100.
Just a 1 treble. Keeps him in touching distance, and it's the Neil Duff throw, so Neil's got all of the opportunity here to kind of take us to a last leg. And I think that this kind of game does deserve a last leg. And we'll see a great shootout. But if Carl puts his scoring boots on, we know how quick that goes. Perfect lie there. Great camera shot there from the team. Just showing you exactly how Carl prefers his darts to stack under the underwire. And let's just lay it on.
60.
Well, Wilson looked in control when he was 3-1 up in this match, but Duff doing what Duff does when he's
41.
put under it somewhat, and that's dig in. And he's put himself in a position here where he got the break in the previous leg, has had a very good leg on throw, and could well level this match. Should well level this match now in a few moments' time. There was a 14 darter in the previous leg. He's left himself in the double after 12 again, and that double is double 12.
140.
Could we be going to a last leg decider?
Games on the 6th.
Yes. Neil Duff says yes. It's 3-all. Carl Wilson's average is 94.38, and
to throw first.
average on Neil Duff's side is 88, so nothing really in it. Both players on 2 180s each. The checkout percentage for Neil Duff far superior at 75% on 3 and 4 on doubles. 3 out of 4 on doubles, and Carl Wilson just giving loads of opportunity. But it all comes down to this for all the marbles.
45.
That's the third last leg decider we see today. Neil Duff been involved in all of them. Beat Steve West in the opening game of the day. 96. And then lost out, of course, to Niels van Zanten. And very much at an even kill to in this game against Carl Wilson. 27 darts it took Neil to take us all the way to this last leg decider. 14 and 13 darters to stave off the rally of this man. But that 140 there means he is in command of this last leg. Duff needs to hit big.
100.
Back at the Carl setup now after 9 darts, close in. Wants to finish this 1 in 6. Might do it in better. He might go 25 on the last dart. Gets the bullseye 170. Neil Duff now merely a bystander. Surely just put the pressure on, but how will the pressure be?
How this game has come to the boil as it's come to the last. 14 darter, 13 darter for Duff, potential 14 darter for the match here. Double 2. Does not go, and that's not a nice double to be on when your opponent isn't on a finish.
Neil Duff just getting the wrong bed, yeah, and Carl Wilson will now 26. Be licking his lips.
Oh, you require 4.
Opportunity knocks. And he answers the invitation. Carl Wilson gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. It's been a frustrating and trying day for the 4-time weekly winner, the 5-time all-told winner here at the Live Lounge, Neil Duff. He could have moved on to 4 points, but it's Carl Wilson who moves on to 6. Him and Bradley Brooks level at the top of the table. And there could be some table separation. If Labanauskas gets the better of Steve West, the top 3 will all be on 6 points. Join us next.
Van Benzen!
Well, I've got to ask you now, Mace. Gives us the bow.
Have a bit of that. Outstanding finish from Spellman.
16, she steps back, has a good look, and nails it for a 3-0 win. What a brilliant performance from Fallon Sherritt.
John Lowe dart. Flight's doing the Luke Humphries finish.
Ashley Coleman.
The Highlander hits the heights. A 160 finish to break the throw of the net.
Big moment. Oh,
On a fifth flag.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
This is a mammoth dart. That's a mammoth fight. That's the pitch.
Here we go. One leg shootout to see who plays Sykes in the final.
On this week, Gemma Hayter is going to be making her long-awaited Super Series debut on Thursday. As a matter of fact, there's 4 debutants in the field this week. We've, of course, seen Niels van Zanten and Carl Wilson in action today. And we'll also see Charlie Martin in Group C on Thursday afternoon as well. Plenty of big names for you, including Stowe Bunce. I'm sure his entrance to the live lounge stage is going to be an intriguing one. These two players who are very much on the opposite end of the experience scale. They've been there, they've done it, they've worn the t-shirt, they've both won weeks, and they've both lost in semi-finals of Champions Week. Darius Labanauskas and Steve West going toe-to-toe in game 12 of our afternoon session. Before the break, Carl Wilson got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. We saw some of the names involved in Series 9. Devon, who are you looking forward to watching in action?
I think you did mention there Stowe Bunce. I mean, he's a phenomenal player. USA, met him a few years back. I mean, his management as well, Herbert management. Just phenomenal player, and it's talking about the pedigree globally, and seeing players like that, and then looking at all the debutants that you have as well. Just everybody hit all of those. Just it's a great platform that Modus have created, because now we get to see all of these almost bubbling under kind of players and getting the showcase or the time on the stage that we wouldn't normally get. So yeah, there's loads of players, but definitely Stowe Bunce for me.
Of course, 2 female debutants in this series. Gemma Hayter and Rihanna O'Sullivan make her debut in the main Super Series after winning the Women's Week special. There's going to be more female players involved in this series than ever before.
134.
Purely testament to the game, though. I mean, they're really playing well. Everybody's coming up. And we've always said that darts is a sport without boundaries. And now you're looking at Modus hosted the Women's Series event. And now you're looking at another opportunity for them to mingle it and mix it amongst. You're going to see some upsets. You're going to see some changes, but it's going to be fantastic. Great opportunity for everybody involved in the sport. And not just for the men, but for the ladies as well.
110.
There's an opportunity for Steve West to break the throat. Went down for the bullseye first. And he's going to give himself a dart at tops. Oh, that's superb. It's only the second ton plus checkout we've seen today. And Steve West may well have just lit the spark there. It's been a trying day for him, but may well be the moment where fortune moves into his favour.
Darius there would be quite shocked at that.
120.
As he was left on 42. Steve West with a kind of different way of going for 110, and we've seen that happen a few times. We got Bam Bam going for treble 12 for the 60. And there's different ways to, as they say, Just knock the scores down these days.
49.
Because 110 is a simple 20, 54-36. He likes that option. You miss the 25, it's a problem. You're not giving yourself any shots. So, and Darius was on 42 after 15 darts thrown, so he would have hoped for another opportunity. But that's the steadiness of it. And Steve West now, Spark, you did mention it earlier on into the link where Steve West, if he turns up, he could beat both Darius and Bam Bam. And then he's not languishing at the bottom of the table anymore.
I promise you, Devon, I don't often get it right. A lot of the stuff I say is absolute nonsense, but occasionally I'll say something interesting.
So far today, I'm quite impressed. Generally, I mean, Glenn Durant and Scott Mitchell always tell me that you just talk a lot of nonsense. But I mean, but now what I'm hearing is it's actually quite factual. So I'm getting your best day then.
Somebody had to. Wait till tomorrow.
So you can't have back-to-back days like this, yeah.
Inconsistency.
40. Steve, you require 150.
Steve quickly rushed down again to the 150. Goes again for 25. Was that for 3 balls?
It was for 3 balls. He's going for the perfect hat-trick, is Steve West. I think he's in this mode where he's looking just to get something going. And he does really like the bullseye. He's not just doing it to show off. He's very good on that target. And so it's not just a pop shot at nothing. There is method behind it.
Darius, you require 110.
Darius now looking to return the favor on the 110. And now probably go treble 20. Doesn't get it. So Steve West now has an opportunity to hold the throw.
Require 25.
And it's only the second time
Game shot on the
that
second.
Steve West has been in front. In the first game, he led Neil Duff 2-0.
Then against Darius to throw first.
He lost 4-3 in that game, and it's certainly one that we do know that he had that operation on his hip as well. So, as you can see, they're doing
60.
Steve like yoga and stretches and just kind of making sure everything is loose.
Well, Darius went for a little trip across the stage,
45.
and Steve West has used it as an exercise mat.
It's a multi-purpose stage, Henry. Multi-purpose. On occasion, they do throw darts there as well.
100.
Darting, dancing, exercise, shouting in the case of Owen Binks. Why you don't need a stage to shout. Top referee for Colchester, world level.
Yeah, Owen's an absolute legend, and if you want to check his combinations out, check him out on TikTok. Binks Owen.
$55.
A number of players that have been getting rather involved in the whole TikTok thing.
Yeah,
but
count me in as well. I think I'm going to be expanding
41.
on it. I mean, after that influencer event yesterday, lots of conversations happened, and this is where the worlds collided. And it's not so far away from what DAR players already do and management already do, but they just leverage it at a completely different level, which is fantastic because, yeah, I mean, I enjoy acting the fool and influencing some positivity, so why not use the platform?
100.
I think we can work with that. Bit of tomfoolery.
You know what I'm saying. But yeah, we see Darius now trying to get his first leg
60.
on the board
Darius
with a
109
109 checkout. Doesn't really need to rush it because Steve's on 260 at the halfway point of a 501 leg. So he'll just want to set it up nicely. But he can finish it as well on this double 16 now, and he gets it.
Shot on the third leg.
Absolutely.
Darius Labanauskas.
No secret that I do love Darius' throw.
Steve to throw first.
Just shows he's just every single dart thrown at the same pace, same setup. He's my perfect silhouette, is Darius.
100.
And did you just see in the background there when he won that leg? Just trying to G himself up in the background. Steve couldn't see that because he was looking at the oche, about to throw the first dart of the leg.
96.
If you're going to give a tell to an opponent, you do it when they're not looking.
Yeah, darts is a bit like you have to maintain a poker face. So when you're animated and your body's kind of negative body language, your opponent feeds off that and they know that they've got you. And I mean, that's the one thing that makes Andreas Harrison such a top class player. It's just he's so composed whether he's playing poorly, and the poorly part doesn't even come into question because he doesn't often play poorly. He'll have an off leg or two, but
99.
he doesn't show anything. And yeah, that's what makes him such a dangerous opponent.
I think when we talk about players of the year for 2024, as we probably will do as the autumn months reign in, Andreas Harrison is going to be right at the very top of that list. As Labanauskas pars in his first max of the match, leave himself on a finish after 9.
100.
West will leave himself on a finish as well.
Steve West, yeah, might be relinquishing another 2-0 lead, which certainly won't be confident boosting.
74. Steve,
quick little calculation there, and just looking at what Darius needed, but with a pop shot, yeah.
140.
Out of nowhere, Steve West finding 2 trebles and then missing the double tops with a 160. Darius Labanauskas now needing 56 to level things up. He loves the tops, but it doesn't love him. Steve West has an opportunity to go 1 ahead and hold the throw as well.
Opportunity, the operative word, but it's an opportunity that's spurnt.
Darius should require 40.
Dragging low into the double 15. And he could be dragged back level if Labanauskas could take out tops.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Loves the tops, does
Darius Labanauskas.
Darius Labanauskas.
So I've got Carl Watson and you've got Darryl Labanauskas.
Game.
Yeah, I think it's those are tongue twister kind of names. Darius is and Labanauskas is a bit of a, but Carl Watson, never heard of the man.
100.
At least there's no red lorries or yellow lorries.
45.
It's difficult because I can't say ours properly.
I wouldn't tell though. I mean, quite eloquent in your pronunciation in the words.
97.
This game at a even kilter at 2-2. Labanauskas with an average, in fact, 12 points better than that of West.
135.
Both players have maintained their averages for the day though. West hasn't really improved on his early on average. He has a bit on the first game, but stayed in that 70-odd range, and that's not like Westy. But Darius is just such a hard player because you know that that's kind of his range, that 6-mark opportunity. And if you're going to beat him, you're going to have to be in the 5-mark, which is the 15 darter. So it's channels that needs to be exploited. And when the opportunities do come, like Steve West had previously, you got to take it.
Well, today has been the antithesis of everything you'd come to expect from Steve West. A player you'd expect at least to win 3 from 5. You expect at least to have an average in excess of 90. Do something a little bit spectacular. For whatever reason today, it has not correlated for him.
True to the word. It's
59.
Just one of those mind-boggling kind of days so far for Steve. And coming to the latter part of it now, it's blown a 2-0 lead so far. Certainly just not been able to
Darius, you require 120.
I just find the consistency that we know he has. The 110, I thought that would have sparked it. But this could be another double tops finish here for Darius. And we get the preemptive zoom there.
Require 107.
Cameraman really doing fantastic. Production team really bringing it nicely home. This double 10 now for Darius
41.
would mean that it's 3 legs
20.
on the spin. And Steve West just staring down the battle.
Game shot.
Favorite side, favorite pose.
Darius Labanauskas.
There's nothing lucky about that double 10. As Darius lands it, and Steve West knows he's in bother now.
Game on.
In bother, in more ways than one, not just in this game, but in this group. I know it's only day one,
59.
and it's a bit like the Premier League table at Christmas, where the position you're in may give you a guide, but it probably won't be where you end up at the end of the season.
Unless you're Liverpool or Man City, mate. Everybody else doesn't matter.
Unless you're Arsenal, where being top at Christmas means you end up losing the league. Anyway, less of that chat. But for Steve West, there is a real problem that the way the day's transpired, you've got 3 players at the top on 6 points, that he may well be chasing Group B on Thursday, Friday night, as opposed to winning this Group A.
The dangerous part about this is Steve West will be ending his day against Bradley Brooks. But he'll be playing tomorrow. You'll start off with Bradley Brooks, Darius Labanauskas, and Carl Wilson. That's not easy games to start off with. It's not the breakfast of champions, if I'm honest.
Well, it is, but he's just up against it.
That's true and all.
100.
He started really well, yeah. 177 after 9. He'd want to set up and make sure that he takes this 177 out in 6 and certainly steps up there with the 137 is set up the top. So what kind of pressure can Darius put him under?
Not surmountable.
75.
He's himself on a finish, 40. But West looking at tops to level this game up. Now double 10. Into the corner and to a last leg we go. Steve West has hauled Labanauskas all the way to the last. And it's a last leg, which holds an utmost importance for the pair. If Labanauskas wins, he moves on to 6 points level with Wilson and Brooks at the top of the table. And it'll mean that Steve West will be the only player yet to accumulate a win. However, if West can win this, then everything is still bunched up to a certain degree going into the final round of fixtures for the day. And he's kicking off lovely.
140.
It's a great start there from Steve West, and he'll feel comfortable, but he'll also know that with Darius going first and just throwing down the middle and opting for the correct split there, he knows that he has to be 12 or better. Darius will certainly be trying to set up within 12 darts, finishing in 15, and Steve West has to throw 268 in 6.
Now, these usually are the positions where you would trust Labanauskas to
82.
really hit for home. But only the one trouble there has given Steve West a glimmer. Went 18-second dart because it means that trouble with dart 3 would have left him on a finish, would have left him on the fish.
It's a big visit now. Just needs to set it up, steady the ship, but with the 2 there, he's going to have to.
96.
96, 126. Steve West can only hope that he doesn't see that bullseye fall in.
100.
What a great 140 there from
Darius.
Steve.
You require 126.
On a nice edge. Both players on a finish for the match. Labanauskas looking at trouble 19 and Bull. Bullseye. And that would have been a dagger to the heart of Steve West, who comes back for his opportunity to win his first game of the day. And it's going to be one dart in his hand at double one.
No score. Darius,
well, that was a bit crazy. That was a bit wild. And Labanauskas can bring this game home now. 9 for double 8. And Darius Labanauskas inflicts another defeat upon Steve West. For Laban, it means he moves on to 6 points. It means there's 3 players at the top of the table on 6 points. He beat Steve West in 7. That's how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Couple of ton plus checkouts in there. Ton plus checkout number 2 and 3 of the day. As we head into the final round of the day, that's going to get underway after the break, and it's going to see Carl Wilson take on Niels van Zanten. Seconds out into the final round of the day here at the Modus Super Series. 4 cycles of matches have been completed here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Monday morning, and this is what we've seen. Wins in round 4 for Bradley Brooks, Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas means that we have 3 players tied at the top on 6 points, just like that. Brooks leads the way due to his inferior legs difference. Niels van Zanten's on 4 points behind that top 3. Neil Duff with just a solitary win to his name. And who would have expected Steve West going into the final round of fixtures searching for his first win of the day? But that is the prospect he'll have in game 14 against Bradley Brooks. But before that, it's the 2 debutants going toe-to-toe. Carl Wilson, who is looking for his 4th win from 5 on his opening day, up against Niels van Zanten, who has been superb on his debut as well. He's picked up a couple of scouts, a couple of key wins. His 2 wins today have come against the 2 big names, you could say, in this group, in Steve West and Neil Duff, and he's looking to end on a high against his fellow ADC qualifier. It is a battle of 2 players from that particular system. They both won qualifiers to be here, and they've shown, Devon, that they're very much here on merit.
100%. Its capabilities,
First leg,
its
it's Cole to throw
opportunities,
first.
showing that they're
Game on.
competent. The debutante is only because it's the first time on the stage, but certainly have all the scoring prowess. We've seen here again. Carl Wilson with another 180.
180.
That's the 4th game in 5 today where he is kicked off with a maximum.
I can't think of that happening any other time at any other point. But it's just the level that the man plays at. His scoring potential is
54.
so good. Just the way in which, and even though with his symphony of movements and just technique changes, it's just beautiful.
60.
Is it fair to say that we kind of know, and Carl will know, where he just needs to mop up on going into day 2? Because the scoring's been fine. It'll just be a little bit of sharpening up on the doubles.
Yeah, I think it's not even the sharpening thing, because when you're hitting the target as regularly as he is, I think it's not the
60.
It's not so much the technique, it's more the pace of when approaching the double, which needs to slightly change, and that's very easy fixable, because the technique is what the technique is. You're not going to change anything right now. But Niels, though, I mean, Niels really just showing what he can do, like scalping some wings and just making sure that he's in there in the mix.
Well, there's been a chasm in this leg, and so that errant dart, with dart 2 of that turn, was not really a erroneous moment for Carl Wilson, who will come back for double 16 to take out the opening leg.
Carl, you require 32.
He's got another 6 more if he wants it. Only needs one more. Double 16 hit with dart 16. Wilson 1 up.
Second leg, it's Niels to throw first. Game on.
Niels will feel like he didn't even... Like that man went so quickly.
Do you want to hear a stat, Devon?
Give it to me.
I've just been given this. I've just been given this stat in my ear. So we've spoken about Carl Wilson's 4 180 hits of his first visit in 5. In his other game, he hit a 140 of his opening turn, and so that means his first 3 dart average in a game for the day is 172.
It's not too shabby, is it? For a debut, I mean, that's as good as it can be. And because it's at the start of a game, you immediately settled. And that's why he's performing so well.
44.
I bet he'd be thinking that every visit would be like the first 3 darts of every game.
Maybe just go with the same mindset. It's the first of the game. Imagine that. But he's solid. Solid 55. As they come. Niels, though, has the potential to be that kind of behind the scenes guy, and he just pops up when he has like 200 left, and he just goes, "Hey, I'm also here," and then checks out quite quickly.
Opportunist
is the exact word to describe Niels van Zanten.
100.
He's got an opportunity here in leg 2 to square this game up. He's going to get a first poke at a finish on the 146. However, Wilson looking to leave himself on a 2 dart. Wasn't able to do so.
You require 146.
4 level match. Goes low with dart 1, and so Wilson will return for the 134 to double up his lead.
90. Cole, you require 134.
This would be a heartbreak moment for Niels, but Cole not up to the task there on the 134. How would he set it up, though?
52. Niels, you require 56.
Niels will go 20. He likes the 36. Oh, doesn't like that. There's a little buffering there in the hand. Didn't load correctly. Double 9 now. Chasing it down and opens the door for Carl Wilson, the 82. Could mean that there's a steal on the cards here. Ooh, he misses the big number. Misses the big number.
Second time that's happened in 2 legs on the approach play as well.
9.
It's been a long day for these gentlemen, and I think that because we're in the back end of it, that can happen. But Niels here looking at double 4 to hold through. Oh, he's chasing for doubles, double 2. He gets the double 2 last start. Certainly. Just he'll feel comfortable with that. He'll be doing that all day. Last start in hand, it's fairly successful. But Carl will have a bit of a thought about that, missing the big number.
And as you mentioned earlier on, it's those small moments which at this level get punished just a little bit more. And these are all learning experience. These are all positives for both of these players. They may have learnt more in one day than what a lot of players learn in years.
Yeah, nothing can replicate that stage feeling, just understanding. And it's definitely one of the best stages in the world.
56.
You kind of feel like it's the best way to prepare for the big moments on big stages. It's a fantastic platform the Modus series has built up here for all players.
100.
The opportunity now for Carl to showcase, and he has an 180 and then a 170 checkout. What's the chances? Bounces
135.
off.
If you sit in a comedy box with Paul Nicholson, he will call it the 350 and 6 as his favourite play in the sport.
315. I like that. 315 6. It's one of the toughest, but
100.
Niels van Zanten now edging ahead in this game, but with the power scoring of Carl, you're never out of a game. And also, after 12 darts thrown, he's on 110. But Niels, after 9, is on 161. How will he? He'll have to set it up now. You wanna move away from that. Beautifully set. 110 needed. Will he go 25?
And suddenly, when he was in control of this game, Wilson could find himself on the back foot, but he's going to get a dart to double 15, which goes on the inside to put himself in front. And so this for Van Zanten, a break opportunity. But he's only going to get one dart. 23 left. Looking at 7 to leave double 8. It's just about in the 7.
49.
Well, that was a bit of a mess, if the truth be told.
Carl Wilson will feel like he's escaped a...
11.
Well, he's not going to escape the jaws
8.
of Niels van Zanten's coys on the back of his shirt. Gets it. And this is what we were saying about Niels. He's just going about his business quite silently, not making too much noise.
Well, there gets Niels to throw first.
You just find him in the back end doing the business.
Carl Wilson might be seeing something a little bit fishy in front of him, and I'm not meaning the back of Niels van Zanten's shirt, because it's a game that he could have had full control of, but he's letting slip, I suppose, like a fish when you go fishing down the lake.
$140.
We see the pretty coys there. I'm sure that we'll find out what that means and why the coys is obviously on the shirt.
We could haddock a guess.
41. $60.
That's the sound of Devon Peterson getting his coat and leaving, by the way.
Oh, wow. Magical dad jokes there from Henry. Sharp as a tack as well. It's what makes him one of the very big names in the sport.
121.
Especially in the commentary booth. Never seen him play before, but if there's anything like his commentary, I'm sure that we'll see him on one of the Modus Super Series events.
38.
Put it this way, Devon, there's a reason I'm stuck in here and not out there.
Yeah, you can't be good at everything, mate. But yeah, it's really Niels van Zanten, yeah. Carl Wilson has been, out of the debutants, really the star performer, if you must call it that. But in the debutant battle, it's Niels van Zanten that's shining.
80.
And he has 6 starts from here to turn what was the breaker throw in the previous leg into a 2-leg lead. And he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter to do exactly that.
Carl will want to make sure that he at least gets 1 treble. Job done.
140.
Even better.
Now we should require 93.
Does he go 25? Is the question. Goes 57. That's a contentious issue there. Like, when you go for 57
58.
and you miss it, you
Oh,
don't
you
have the
require
second
43.
shot. 25, 18. But now, Carl goes for the 11. Double 16. Needs to take his time and find the top corner.
11.
Missed that again today. 16 hasn't been really favourable on the Carl Wilson show. But will it be favourable for Niels? And he'll go into a 2-leg lead here. The battle of the debutants.
Can he clip that off the barrel? Oh, he tried to, but it just nudged the other side.
32.
And so Carl looks at double 16, and this to level the match up. And can he do what Niels is unable to do? A, find the double 16, and B, use the guide perfectly. We have a level match, 2-2.
5th leg, it's Cole to throw first. Game on.
What a dart. And yeah, we see Carl Wilson.
120.
It's the first time he's actually probably didn't prefer the lie on the top there. He's never actually ever dropped. He's always been going for it. But I'm thinking he's kind of doing a bit of board management now, knowing that it's
45.
kind of tough times, and he wants to be in that second, first place. The back as Bradley Brooks is going to be playing against Steve
58.
West, and he wants to stay on top there. Carl Wilson, but Niels though can find himself in the mix as well if he comes over the line here. But
60.
opportunities have just missed him there. I mean, missing that 32 cost him the match.
Contextually, we're at a sliding doors moment, potentially in this group, dependent on the result of this game. Carl also wins this. He moves on to 8 points. Brooks can join him there for win against Steve West. But Van Zanten wins this contest. He'll move on to 6 points. And I mean, the top 4 players temporarily would be on that number. And there is a potential that Darius Labanauskas could have a 2-point lead at the top of the group if West beat Brooks and then Labanauskas got the better of Duff, or
94.
vice versa. There's a possibility that everybody could be within a couple of points of one another. West beats Brooks and then Duff beats Labanauskas. The top 5 players would be separated by just 2 points, and Steve West would be 4 points behind the top of the table despite a disastrous day.
144.
And then it's not so disastrous at all. And that's the beauty of the 3-day kind of round robin, if you must. And it just allows you 1 day of almost craziness if the results. So now it means that you're going to have to really push hard. And the players that have performed on day 1, day 2 kind of becomes a moving day for you. And as we see, Carl here just needs to take his time and gets it now.
Carl Wilson.
Really good on the... He opts for the 32, which has kind of deserted him today. But a lot of the time when he's gone on the top side, either side of the board as well, but on the top half side, it's been really good.
So Niels van Zanten here throwing to stay in the
78.
contest. Anya scores 78, opens up the door for Carl. And we know how well he kicks off legs.
140.
And that, his fourth 140 of this contest, could well be the moment where this game moves into his favour.
But Niels is
180.
it's like a ninja in the shadows. Nobody speaks about him all the time, and he just pops up. And immediately, with that 180, calls immediately under
55.
pressure. The 140 now, just merely a good score, not a great score. And Niels back into the driver's seat, and with that dart, he will love that. Just checking at Niels' flights there. It's got a
81.
fabric flight. It's a very old school. I used to play with that back in my very early days, and those flights were purchased purely for longevity, not for balance. Oh, and he misses the 25 there.
Finally clocked whose throw Niels reminds me of. And for me, there's a little bit of Ronnie Baxter about it. The way the actual action release of the dart maybe did, but the way he holds the dart feels very similar.
I think what you're seeing is the almost the
138.
touch
Niels
really
Rickoy, 116.
between Ronnie Baxter and Co Stompy. He doesn't seem to grip the dart a lot though. Just seems to kind of just lay in his hand and caress. Ooh, now then. Deep breath, big moment. He knows how big this is. Is he up to the task? Oh, over pitches.
71.
Carl Wilson sees the door
52.
open for the 52.
Can he take the opportunity? This to end his debut day with 8 points on the board, and he does so on double eight.
Carl Wilson.
What a debut day for Carl Wilson as he wins 4 out of 5 and announces his arrival on the live lounge stage to some tune. He beats Niels van Zanten by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an average in excess of 85. 4 from 11 on the doubles. He is temporarily top of the table. He could top the table overnight, but that relies on Steve West beating Bradley Brooks after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have our final couple of matches on day one of Series 9, and it sees two Champions Week competitors from 2024 go toe-to-toe as Steve West takes on Bradley Brooks. Brooks making it through to Champions Week in Series 7, while Steve West was within a dart of making the jackpot match a couple of weeks ago. He lost out to Jimmy Van Schie by 4 legs to 3. He had led by 3 legs to 1 before in 7 darts to cross the finishing line in that semi-final. But yesterday was better fortunes for Mr. West.
100%. He lifted the trophy, the Influencers
First leg,
Doubles
it's Steve
event
to throw
trophy
first.
with
Game on.
David Williams, Darts for Fun on TikTok. An absolute phenomenal player. And really, really kind of shun with Steve West. But today,
15.
just not the same player. And we've seen a change in the logs. Cole Wilson now on the very top. We've seen it chop and change.
77.
It's only day one, but he'll be happy with that. Somebody would have screenshot that and sent it to him. Definitely. Westy's back.
180.
Welcome.
Yeah, Steve playing with a player had a handicap. I saw
60.
a couple of bits on social media yesterday. He was playing with a 48-gram dart, and they really did look like bunker busters, didn't they?
Yeah, no
99.
doubt. I had to throw with him, and yeah, I needed to take a run up basically. But yeah, he really do well with him, and I mean that wasn't a forfeit really. He's a solid player and just solid action, so it's really good with him. And I think that Steve enjoyed it as well.
95.
I'm sure he's not enjoying today. Bradley Brooks, though, game before this, perfect up until the last start. Should have won 4-0 and made it harder than it should have been.
Steve, you're 112.
This game, certainly. Ooh, Steve needs double tops now. Ooh,
Game
112,
shot
vintage
Steve
West. He chucks in a 15 darter
Second leg
on
is Bradley
throw.
to throw first. Game.
Really good signs for him, and might be that he wants to end the day on a good note so that he can start tomorrow on a good note. But Bradley certainly doesn't want to see that and make sure that he's in the bout as well. And with a 180, Henry, the 9 is on.
140.
Indeed it is. And remember, Bradley Brooks had that 9 hit against him at the World Championship, of course, by Willie Borland.
Yeah, Big Willie got his tour card back this year.
93.
And, steady on. One of the great Scottish young stars coming through. Really, really great player as well.
42.
Sure, Bradley be really pleased that we brought that one up again.
What a last leg, though.
It was pure darts, Dev.
Just at the alley pally as well. You couldn't ask for a better stage. I mean, if it was done at the Modus, it would have been as good, but Steve West now 171. As you hear Owen Binks scream that out there, and Steve West now best average so far of the day, 106. Really just showing
139.
great class, but
148.
Bradley Brooks as well, 103. This is a great tungsten tussle, yeah.
Game of the day
58.
so
Bradley
far,
with
without any
148.
shadow of a doubt. And Brooks looking to level it up at 1-1. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 16. West sat on 90. Sat ready to pounce, and that might be awkward for the double 8 because the flight would have been in the way.
90.
It might just be a dart of the bull, but it could be a break chance.
Sets it up for the bullseye.
65.
Ooh, and Bradley
with
now
8.
happy that he's coming back because he can level it. But he needs to find the double. He finds the double and levels the game so far. It's all on throw. But both players now in the 90
So
mark.
now get Steve to throw first. Game.
Steve certainly just upped his game, and not probably upped his game, just probably realized like there's nothing that's holding me back. Let me just
93.
play with freedom. Let me not be as animated. And this is the experience that he's brought on. And I thought he would have brought it on much earlier, but I mean, it has to come at some point. And now he's just playing with freedom. And Steve West with freedom is dangerous.
It feels like for the pair, the shackles are very much off in this game.
96.
100%. Bradley would have known that he's done a lot in his games today. He's beaten informed Darius.
134.
He's beaten Carl as well. So two of the top tier players. So he's certainly ruling the pen in the players' room. I think he's got the bigger seat there, even though all the seats are the same. But certainly his one feels bigger.
He'll feel like he's the king of the castle in the church today.
140.
There's only one king of the castle, mate, and that's Jared Cole.
England Classic champion. I suppose he was lucky Patrick van den Boogaard wasn't there.
140. Brady,
127. And game? 218. Would have given him a dart on the bull. West looking to break for the 114. He's already taken out the 112 in this match. Will stay there. Gives himself a dart at double 19 for the Shanghai. We're trying to say the Shanglo when you consider where it is on the board.
Favours the tops. He's going to have to go higher because he does have a tendency to pull it into the
52. Steve, you require
set up slightly a bit higher and it would go straight in. Steve West not making any mistake there. 38, not the easiest double. Because if you go inside on the second dart, it becomes a dead rubber dart in the last one. But Steve West made sure he got the first dart in there. He's going to have to shift now. Bradley's not playing too bad in this game. No, Steve. And this is kind of what you not expect, but from a performance perspective, you kind of know that this is kind of their game in a sense.
Well, they're kind of playing to the level that they would have expected from one another at the beginning of the day. But probably what's happened is the way the day's transpired for the pair, it becomes a surprise that this is the level being ascertained by the other.
Exactly that. That's why you get paid the big money, Henry.
95.
To see all of these things, in-depth analysis of both players, not only from an analytical perspective on the technique of the throw, but also emotional.
95.
It's almost like a psychologist, yeah. Henry, I love it.
I've seen a lot of darts in this building, that's all I'm going to say.
40. Bradley required 170.
The big fish was on and it's off the hook now, but Bradley has to set up nicely.
81.
No pressure really because Steve's on 269, but that can quickly change with a maximum.
If Bradley Brooks hit that would have been the 102nd big fish hit at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Wow, catching fish at the port.
49. Steve, you require 170.
Now then, so Bradley decides that Steve West is not capable of taking out the big fish. Is that a smart ploy?
Maybe not. Oh, this will hurt. This will hurt. Oh.
140. Bradley require 40.
Westy fancied that.
Game shot.
But Brooks takes that. And we're level at 2-2.
Rice smile there.
Fifth air gets Steve to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Steve would have just told him, nearly had you.
180.
Steve now really playing well. Close to 100 average. This is fantastic from Steve. And Bradley Brooks now
58.
Needing to break because if the game goes with throw all the way, Steve West gets his first win.
140.
I was going to say the 9 is on and I didn't want to curse it.
Steve West is the king of the 9 darters here. He's had a couple. He's actually the only player to hit a 9 darter and have one hit against him at the Super Series.
95.
West is playing beautifully now, just finding the rhythm, finding his groove. You would have expected this from this morning, but I mean, rather late than never.
Stevie Require 86.
As long as it's not on day 2 last game. He's still got 2 more days to catch up, and I mean, those 2 days can go
46.
very different. And a Steve West in this mood is entertaining darts.
Tops after 12, but Bradley Brooks is
90. Stevie
in
Require
a different
40.
postcode. He's closer to Blackburn than he is the finishing double in Portsmouth.
Game
And
shot
with that
on the fifth
13
leg.
darter, Steve West
West
puts himself 3-2 to the good, averaging just under a ton, 3 from 6 on the doubles.
leg against
A real
Bradley to
polished
throw
display
first.
to
Game on.
end the day for Steve West.
Finding the treble bit there with more regularity. His 140 count is 5.
60.
180 count is 2. 10 pluses is 1. Which just shows you that he's now more consistent and finding that first dart in the treble. And he's converting it now instead of throwing left and right. So Steve West has finally woken up. And Bradley Brooks now
84.
needs to make sure that he turns on the screws and finds that first dart, because as soon as his first dart drops low, he has to chase for
57.
trebles. That will put him behind the 8 ball and just make Steve West the favorite for this game.
121.
Well, how the pendulum's swinging again, because in the last leg, Brooks looked like he was nowhere to be seen, and now suddenly he has a
38.
sizable advantage on throw, and this looks like a contest which is going to go all the way. It's been an encapsulating scrap between this pair, and it looks like it's going to get
81.
its fitting crescendo.
$78. Bradley Brook 155.
155 doesn't have to go, so Bradley can go a sensible route. He is going the sensible route.
130.
Finds the 130 there, missing the bullseye to level up. And Steve West just knows that it's merely a
44,
bystander
Bradley
in this
125.
leg. Bradley Brooks needs to knock down this 25, and he likes the 24 because he goes the 60 that way. Does he like the 6?
19.
It's not a fruitful breakdown for Bradley.
$123. Bradley requires.
So then down for double free, for free. Trapdoor. He's already hit it once there. You can see the puncture mark to the right-hand side where that dart is. That's pretty much where he was aiming for. But what can he see of that? Has to move across to the left side to have any hope.
No score. Stevie requires.
Close but no
81.
cigar. And this is to end the day with a win for Steve West. He's going to get 2 in his hand at double 12. Now for double 6. But that
69.
is a miss. That
Bradley
could well spell the end
6.
for his day. Well, he decided to split 2 double 2, but the double 2 means he has to head up for double 1. And so the split never correlated.
Steve
Game
West
shot on
giggling.
the 6th flag. Bradley
Now,
Brooks.
that showpiece finished double-double. We're now back to the
7th and final leg. It's Steve
yeah,
to throw
Owen
first.
Banks
Game
screaming
on.
7th and final leg. For both players, this is their final game of the day. This is the game you actually want to shine and just
125.
walk away with at least the victory. Can Bradley Brooks manage his emotions, or will it be the best game of Steve
140.
West's day?
Well, if you're going to save your best,
96.
save it until the very last. And it's interesting how a player's psyche can change
60.
based on the last match, because the table will tell you that Bradley Brooks has had a better day than Steve West. However, if Steve wins this game, he will leave the building feeling much better than Bradley will.
140.
It's exactly that.
58.
Steve in pole
Steve
position
required
now.
140.
And Bradley Brooks, nowhere close. Steve can only set up. He just wants to find a treble.
37.
That's a mix mash now. Opens the door slightly. Bradley Brooks is a major 180 hitter. Even a 140 will put him level on the score, and then he stretched it.
Steve
A
required
160 is as
103.
good as a 103.
For the match, Steve West isn't going to get a dart. But goodness me,
37.
would this be
Bradley
some way
require 160.
to get your 4th win of the day, to move on to 8 points in the group? But Bam Bam will be a bit more boo-boo than boom-boom. Still a who's who, though,
40.
as to who wins this final leg.
Steve requires 66.
West 66 points away. Going to get a dart at tops. Only needs a dart
shot
at
and
tops
the match.
to eventually
Steve West.
cross the finishing line. If at first you don't succeed, you try again. And at the 5th time of asking, Steve West is eventually on the board. He beats Bradley Brooks in a last leg decider. Decent performance, average in excess of 90, doubling good as well, and a 112 finish in there too. West beats Brooks by 4 legs to 3, and it means that Darius Labanauskas can leapfrog him in the table if he beats Neil Duff. And so to the final game of an encapsulating opening day of Modus Super Series 9. Before the break, Steve West got the better of Bradley Brooks by 4 legs to 3. But who's going to win the final match of the session? Neil Duff and Darius Labanauskas going toe-to-toe to end the day's proceedings for Neil Duff. He got the better with Steve West 4-3 in the opener, but it's been a day that has not gone to plan so far. That's the only win he's picked up. As for Darius, well, he's on 3 of his 4 matches so far, and if he wins this game, then he will move level on points with Carl Wilson, and if he wins this game by 4 legs to 0, then he will leapfrog Carl to the top of the group overnight. He has been consistent, he's been reliable,
leg,
he's
it's
been all
Neil
the
to throw
adjectives that you
first.
come to say of him all
Game
the
on.
time. As for Neil Duff, I think it's a day that he'll be happy to forget once it's over.
100.
I think it's the beginning of the day that he'd probably want to forget, but when he changed his darts, he certainly just switched a gear and really saw exactly what Neil Duff is all about.
78.
And having that kind of elements in your locker gives you more confidence with the darts. And that's a good thing to have, because
100.
tomorrow you'll wake up refreshed, bright-eyed, and looking at it completely different. And we've seen Neil Duff come through, especially in the double trouble groups. And groups before where he's not been leading and he just sneaks in on the last day. So I mean, he'll be extremely comfortable with what he's showing today. The latter part. Early part, he's definitely going to forget. That was a nightmare, not a dream.
$96. Neil, you require 161.
6 on 161 to take out the opening leg. Doesn't have to take it out, but I just wonder whether he would have given it a go if he hit that triple 17 just to try and get something going.
Solid scoring in this match as well. Just 140, 97, and Darius wants to put that 64 under so much pressure.
64.
Opted for the move, but Neil Duff, needs double 4.
60.
Inside, and it's been the story of Neil Duff's day today. Scoring really well and just not being able to finish. Leaving the door open there, but Darius not taking the opportunity.
Neil, you require 4.
Leaving it handy. How does Neil Duff, with 2 darts in hand, 1 dart in hand, does not do it? And
Darius,
the story of his day. Trebles for show, doubles for dough. And he's been missing so many times. And Darius, just next to his favorite double 10, so I can't see him miss this.
Game shot on the first.
There we see the statuesque pose as well.
Labanauskas.
Darius finds the dough, and it may well be a domino effect for Duff. Labanauskas one up. I think he'll be really happy, Darius, with the way he's played today. It hasn't been spectacular. There hasn't been any
85.
Numbers that you would think, wow, he's going to be a beast to really contend with this week. But there's been a reliability which, over the course of a 15-game group, which is going to be so hard to beat, so hard to be surmountable.
We know that. We know that Darius's game, his B game, which I'll say what he's playing right now, is a steady game and it's a reliable game. Many players have an A game, but they don't have a B game. And I'm not saying that this is his B game, but I'm saying it's his most reliable game. When he plays his A game, he's near on 100 averages. So he'll be quite content with this and just knowing that I'm just doing enough. I don't need to throw kind of silly averages. And once he gets really settled, I think after day 1 he'll get really settled, and then we'll start to see the flurry of some ton averages.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, Darius Labanauskas is averaging 92.5 and is set to open up a 2-0 lead. He got the break in leg 1 and he's very much on the way to backing that up in leg 2. $60 points away. Should get a couple at tops. Duff has left himself on the fish just in case.
Game shot on the second leg.
Easy peasy.
Darius Labanauskas.
Darius in full flight.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Neil Duff having to almost just hold off the Darius Labanauskas charge, and he's going to need to make sure that he stays within the 5 mark here. And starting off with a maximum, it means, Henry, the 9 is on.
One day you will say it, and one day it will come off. Is today the day? Hold on. Hold on.
140.
But the 9 is still on.
It was.
But both players now scoring at a
83.
alarming rate. Darius now just ticking over into the ton space there for the averages. Just know when his dart lands like that, it certainly just falls in, like just so beautiful.
60.
Stretched. But just magical. Magical to see Neil Duff now just finding that early release.
140.
Great 140 now. 98 after 9. Darius left as a mere spectator in this leg. We'll have to find another one there just to make him worry a bit.
140. Now you require 98.
Of course he leaves a finish. But he may not get a go at it. Duff going inside on the double 19.
Darius require
He hopes, he
161.
prays that Laban hasn't got something majestic up his sleeve. Oh, triple 17. That would have stung if that went.
97.
Far way
You
away, and
require
I think that
60.
was just an excitement and blood rush.
Game shot in the
Neil
third.
Duff makes no
Neil
mistake
Duff.
there, and just making sure that
Fourth leg,
leads
it's
the game
Darius
within
to
a
throw first.
5 mark. It gets a 13 darter
Game.
there. Now both players are playing certainly solid, and we've seen Steve West come out with a 90 plus average, and now Neil Duff is also joining the party, which is it's really setting up for
85.
a great day 2 on group A, which is what you want to see.
We want to see drama, Dev. That's what we want to see.
There was a bit of drama early on
55.
when Niels van Zanten was speaking on the line, but other than that, I mean, it's been business as usual. The only thing is Carl Wilson, will he be able to sleep tonight is the question, because he goes home, he'll be seeing all of his mates sending him messages. He's top of the group,
61.
top of the pile.
And the action resumes tomorrow morning. I'm thinking about having a lay-in, that's the problem. 9:30 we kickstart our coverage on the Super Series YouTube channel for day 2 of 3 in Group A. Then we can have a line on Thursday and Friday. We kickstart at 1.
60.
Neil Duff slightly a bit further away, and that 60 will be punished, or could be punished, with a 140.
100.
Ton gets him in the same space, but you feel as though Darius always has a 140 up his sleeve. Just the way he starts laying the board, that has to be a 180.
135.
Just spoke it out of the treble. Neil Duff shifting.
100. Darius, you require 160.
It's got 6 from here to open up a 3-1 lead, which probably on the balance of play is about a fair reflection of this contest so far.
100.
Tunnel do. To move him too clear. With 3 left to play.
60.
We know how
Darius, you require 60.
effective Darius is on the 20s and the 10s. All he wants to, that's very close, but he could find it on the right. Oh,
Game
and
shot
just
on the fourth
over
leg.
there, as we see
Darius
again, the
Labanauskas.
statuesque pose from Darius there.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Neil has to hold
Game
the throw. If he doesn't,
97.
Darius will run riot.
Right, he'll move joint top alongside Carl Wilson. Carl will have the ascendancy. Even if he wins this 4-1, they'll be level on points and legs difference, but Carl Wilson has won more legs today than
137.
the Lithuanian. That'd be the only metric that can decipher the pair going in today too.
43.
Don't forget, if you've missed any of the action on day one, highlights are available on the Super Series YouTube channel. That could be a highlight. This performance could be the highlight of the day because Labanauskas here averaging in excess of 102.5.
140.
We did say that Darius will switch on at some point. And I think this is the game. A man not known for his 180 throwing. His tons and 140 is absolute solid.
44.
He has at times suppressed the opposition with his sheer consistency, his leg-on-leg pressure.
$57. Darius, you require 140.
140 coming in. This could be the moment. You'll have to set it up, and Duff will have a survival chance.
100.
Just lodged underneath, and so Duff, this is to save the contest. The 164 doesn't go, and so Darius Labanauskas to bring the day to a close has got 3 darts in his hand at double top to complete a 4-1 win against Neil Duff. Now down for double 10. And in the double 10 it goes. And Darius Labanauskas gets the better of Neil Duff in the final game of the day. It means that Lucky D will join the debutant Carl Wilson on 8 points at the top of the table. It's been a challenging, a trying day for Neil Duff. He's defeated there by 4 legs to 1. Just 1 win on the opening day for the Duff man, the former Lakeside champion. Well, that's the end of day 1. It's a day which sees Carl Wilson and Darius Labanauskas top of the table. Myself and Devon Peters are going to analyse everything we've seen in a couple of moments. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed day 1 of Series 9. Myself and Devon Peters have been watching every single dart in the commentary box, and this is what we have seen on this Monday morning. It's a day dominated by Darius Labanauskas. Maybe that's not a surprise, but the big story of the day is the debutant, Carl Wilson, the ADC Vault qualifier from London and the South East, winning 4 out of his 5 matches, and he is the player that tops the table overnight. As I say, Devon Peterson's been watching every single dart in the commentary box alongside me. There's only one place to start. That is with Carl Wilson. His debut in this competition, and he has taken to it like duck to water.
100%. Every first game that he played, He started off with a 189 one game where he started off with a 140, which was probably one of his worst games, if you must say that. But yeah, fantastic player. Really showed great scoring potential, scoring power. Definitely unsettled the room at the back immediately when he came on against Bradley Brooks. Showed exactly what he's able to do. And yeah, just ran away with the scoring. His finishing does need a bit of work, but I think that his scoring gives him loads of opportunity there.
And I suppose that because you've got the 5 days, potentially could be free, of course, if he wins the Group A and then Saturday night. But he's got so many games in the bank that after today, you can almost go back, reassess, work on things, and then go back at it again tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the crucial part. Today was obviously first day of school, making sure that he's comfortable in it. And then moving on now is, does he fall victim to the expectation of I have to compete the way I did yesterday? And yeah, we'll probably have some conversations about that and make sure that he's ready for tomorrow.
So Carl Wilson, top of the table. He's joined on 8 points by Darius Labanauskas, who did exactly what Darius Labanauskas says on the tin. Consistency, decent finishing, decent averages, and always a problem for the opposition.
100%. He stays to his game plan, stays steady, doesn't really lie anywhere off. He just stays treble 20 down the middle. If he's on the finish, double 10, double 20, double 10s is no fuss. So opponents already know that Darius is going to give you that steady game of 92, 88, 92 kind of average. And it's tough because you immediately have to complete the games in 15 and 12 darts if it's not on your throw. So yeah, I think that Darius has got a chokehold on this game, and I think that on this group as well.
Let's talk Bradley Brooks. First and foremost, I want to talk about your thoughts on the way he goes for the 60, because we're going to have a look at it now. Because his darts stand up to attention, he likes the lie of treble 12 for double 12 because nothing obscures and is in the way. And it's something that he does all the time.
Yeah, I think is with him getting it, I mean, like that was quite surprising for me when I seen it the first time. And you realize very quickly, it's great when it works, but in the pressure moments, if it doesn't work, I mean, he's only going to have one dart at the double. So there's an easy way around it. Just aim for this different section of the 20 instead of just throwing it in the middle of the 20. And then obviously having an open and unobscured double. But I mean, fantastic breakdown, and he's hit it a few times. So yeah.
In terms of his day, 6 points, there were some signs, but it felt like he was very frustrated at points too.
Yeah, I think so. And looking back at the event itself, I mean, the day for him, he would have gone through a few patches there knowing I need to beat Darius just so that I can be the big dog in the room. And then he beat Carl as well, which was a massive moment. So those players are above him. He knows that he can beat them. So in his head, he'll be frustrated because he didn't reach the peaks that he wanted to today on day one. But I'm sure that he'll know that he has a lot left in the tank for day two.
If there's one word to describe Steve West, it would probably be flash today, because there was flashes of brilliance, the flash of the one win in the group, and a few flashes at the bullseye.
Yeah, I think it was uncharacteristic of Steve today. I don't know what it was, but we've seen him really come this 110. I mean, 25 first and just 45, and then I mean that was the one shot that I felt would have woken him up. But the game against Bradley Brooks, it really showed some Steve West class, and really kind of it's inspirational for him, because he'll come back tomorrow and know that he can still play the game. Because obviously with a day like this, you want to kind of quickly forget it, but don't forget everything. Just forget the games before the Bradley Brooks game and take that on for tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look at the table then, following the end of day one. I want to get your assessment as to where the land lies in the table, because Niels van Zanten at one point was in a really good position, but Neil Duff and Steve West are thinking, right, we've got a couple of points on the board. Today didn't quite go to plan. They know they're going to have to attack tomorrow very quickly.
Yeah, I think both of those players, I mean, they'll know exactly what they need to do. They have to go near on perfect to actually win it. So it's going to be challenging. We expecting one of them to run really deep tomorrow. I mean, Neil Duff shifted the darts and kind of performed really well, just not finishing out the games. But I think that for Steve West, it's a mountain to climb, and he's going to need to go Neil's really near perfect. Niels van Zanten definitely is an opportunist. I think that in this group, being an opportunist in the Group A is not going to win you the groups, but it might get you higher up so that you'll probably place in Group B, which is where you want to be. But I think that, like you say, the day belongs to Carl Wilson, and yeah. He's the guy.
Had fun? Enjoyed it?
Really great first day and seen a lot of stuff today. And heard a lot of words from you, which is,
That happens a lot, by the way.
Yeah, new words that I've never heard before. So I'm going to have to go Google some stuff and make sure that the dictionary lines up with what you say.
Yeah. Well, Devon, been great fun working with you today. We shall do it again tomorrow. Thank you for your company as well. We're back from 9:30 tomorrow morning on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how tomorrow shapes up. But it's been debut delight for Carl Wilson. It's the ADC qualifier who tops the pile after Monday morning. Bye for now. Perfect.